Hey, what's up guys? Strider7x here, giving some in-depth post-commentary for this Glitchless personal best I got a few days ago. So, this run was originally done off-stream, and it went really well. Speaking of which, when I do runs that aren't on stream, I just play music on my computer, so maybe I'll put in some Paper Mario music or something for this, cause I listen to heavy metal, so maybe people don't like that, I don't know. So yeah, but like OBS picked up all the music, meaning I don't have game audio, unfortunately. So that's why I'll just play other music instead. The first thing I want to talk about is Glitchless as a category. Now, some of you might be thinking, well, Glitchless is boring because there's nothing different about it from a casual run, etc. And that's part of why I want to do this post-commentary. So, I'm going to just explain exactly what's going on, because, you know, that's not the case here. It's more than just a casual playthrough that's really fast, you know? Because there isn't a focus on sequence breaking or glitching the game, almost everything is based on three major things in Glitchless, and that is movement, menuing, and strategies. Luckily for us, strategies are planned out before the speedrun and allow us to just easily follow a route, but it is cool to see how certain fights are done quickly or what items we'll be using, things along those lines. Menu management is really important in pretty much any RPG game. It needs to be quick and precise. Same goes for movement, and in Paper Mario's case, movement is a really big deal compared to most RPG games at least. I'm gonna try my best to cover all the most minute details to the best of my ability, both for, you know, entertainment and to hopefully assist new runners interested in learning to speedrun this game. Now, you may have noticed I've been spinning and jumping towards the end of spins. Spinning is a lot faster than walking, however at the end of a spin, there's a considerable amount of time where Mario slows down. This is why we jump to cancel that slowdown from happening. The fastest possible jump is the smallest possible jump, since Mario retains his normal walking speed during a jump animation. In other words, if you aren't spinning, you want to be, as fast as possible. The smallest possible jump is executed by releasing the A button within 1/15 of a second after jumping. Another movement trick you might catch that I do is I do not jump cancel spins that run into small steps or ledges. In this instance, the spins are automatically cancelled for me, and I can spin again without needing to jump. This is faster than jump cancelling a spin because I can instantly spin again without needing the spin time in the air. This will add a bit more depth to movement, as there are a few exceptions to the phrase, the fastest way from point A to point B is a straight line. There are some instances where we will want to cancel the spin without jumping, and that's going to be a little bit faster, like we would go out of our way to do that on purpose. I'll try to point that out. And during cutscenes, the fastest way to advance text is simply by holding the B button. Luckily, mashing for text is not required in this game. In fact, mashing A is slower than holding B because text advances at a slightly different and slower rate when you press the A button. So you definitely don't want to be tapping A even when you're holding B. A less noticeable advanced technique in this game is the quick jump. When using a jump command in battle, Mario stands in front of an enemy and crouches for roughly a third of a second before actually jumping. This crouch can be cancelled by pressing the A button during the animation, which can save up to the full 1/3 of a second every time we jump. So like that all adds up quite a bit. Before obtaining the action command, we're just going to mash A to get the fastest possible jump. However, when we get the action command, quick jumps need to be timed, because if you press A too late, like you press A after the crouching animation is finished, there's a good chance that you will fail the action command no matter what you do. And failing the action command at the wrong time during a speedrun can result in a game over, because we're going to be using some pretty risky strategies. You'll see those later. During the small intervals where beginning chapter screens show up, I don't really know what to call these, but like Prologue Chapter 1, and it shows the portrait of a boss or whatever. The fastest possible method of advancing those screens is by mashing Start and B as fast as possible. So you just tap them both together. By the way, I am playing on the Japanese Wii Virtual Console version of this game. The Japanese version has less characters throughout the text and can save a few minutes throughout the game. This game was originally released for the Nintendo 64, But there are a few version differences that make the Virtual Console preferable in the Glitchless category. The Virtual Console version has faster load times, resulting in a few frames of time save each time that we see the screen transition. However, there are a few downsides to this. This game does not emulate particularly well on the Wii, and it is slightly more laggy in some areas. This loses a little bit of time, like here and there, but overall, it still ends up saving more time over the Nintendo 64. And this intro, man, like, it takes forever. I'm really sick of seeing it, to be honest, throughout all these attempts, but yeah, like, the prologue ends up being really good, this prologue. It's mostly cutscenes and movement, and this had generally well-executed movement throughout. There were a few minor mistakes that cost probably up to a second or two off the best possible prologue, but it is a bit unrealistic to strive for that, especially when you're just doing attempts of a 4-hour run. 1 or 2 seconds at the very beginning from, like, just hardly any mistakes. It's fine. You can't be perfect for the whole entire run. It's way too difficult to strive for that. And, you know, that's a mistake I sometimes make because I'm really detail-oriented. Meticulous, you might say. But I like to save time wherever it's possible. Every single frame matters to me. And, like, if I'm behind pace on Prologue, I even reset sometimes. It's stupid to do that. Because in my PB, it's not really the early game that struggled, it's the late game. So I can save a lot of time early on, so anything early game that I save time on, that's pretty much just free. Okay, like entering this house, there's sort of a small movement trick. With an angle around 60 degrees, you can spin straight to the edge of the table, and it'll automatically cancel the spin. So you remember how I was saying, like, if you don't jump, but your spin cancels, it's faster. So that does save a few frames. Unfortunately, it's somewhat precise, and controller angles will vary slightly every time the consoles reset. That is a problem with GameCube controllers automatically calibrating. It's pretty much completely random, there's nothing you can do about it. So, unless you pre-calibrate your controller, which I do not do in Glitchless, but I do in other categories because there are quite a few very angle-specific tricks that you have to do in this game. But of course, in Glitchless, we don't have to worry about that, luckily. We are more concerned about movement, though. That is just a small frame saver, not gonna worry too much about it. As I said, you can count that as a mistake, but it's just such a small amount of time compared to how good the rest of the execution was. So, I mean, we'll get to the true mistakes. That's just something I did not end up getting. Another small, important detail to note is that doors that appear like they've fallen down after you enter a house, it's kind of hard, like, I don't even know what I'm talking about, but you walk in a house and sometimes the door sort of falls in front, so it's not, like, in the way of the 2D environment. 2.5D, you know, whatever this game is. But if it's, like, down, you don't have to press A to open that door when you reach it. You can just walk up to the door, it'll do it automatically on the first possible frame. But it is important to note, if you're spinning while you do that, or you're like hammering, or just any animation that conflicts with opening a door, the door will not open unless that animation is completed. So that's why I made sure to jump in front of the door, like, with plenty of time still. So I could just walk up to it, exit, first possible frame, time save, bam, I like it. One of the main objectives in Prologue and Chapter 1 is obtaining coins. We don't need these much late game, but early game definitely. Since Mario and his partners have, like, limited options early game, items are a very important source of dealing quick damage. So to start, we're gonna collect 13 in Junior Troopa's playground. 3 of them will be taken from the bushes, and 10 more from a hammer block. And by the way that, like, coin blocks work in this game, you can get a maximum of 10 coins out of them, but it's like on a timer that you don't see. So if you miss a hammer, or you're just, like, late on a jump for a coin block, you might not get all the coins. And because of how, like, exact the route is, in Glitchless, you do not have an extra coin to spare. So if you screw this up, like, you need to go get a backup coin. That loses some time, and luckily in this run, I don't have to worry about that. I get all my coins, no problem. But yeah, like, the reason that we're going to be using coins is because we're going to save up to buy some items in Koopa Village, and later in the game, we're gonna need to buy a badge for 50 coins. So that's after chapter 1. I'll talk more about that in a bit. The coins that I got out of the bushes, you may have noticed that they kind of scattered around. That's completely random. We don't know which way that the coins are going to be going. So you have to react to that and sometimes, you know, make a decision whether or not it's worth chasing that coin down or just waiting until later to get a quick backup coin. Coin RNG, for me, in this case, it wasn't terrible, but it was nothing special either. Like, I had to kind of chase that one coin down. But I got them all no problem, so, you know, can't complain. But, yeah, RNG, by the way. If you're not familiar with speedruns, RNG stands for Random Number Generator, and that is basically luck. So, good RNG is good luck, bad RNG is bad luck. Pretty simple to understand. That's just how computers compute luck. They pick a random number, and depending on that number, something happens. So, in the coins, I guess that's what determines their angle or whatever. Just adds a little bit of variety to a game, you know. Unfortunately, in speedrunning cases, RNG is not a good thing, because you can lose time to it. You'll hear me complain about it quite a bit here and there, or praise it. RNG was really good overall for this run, compared to most at least. Like in the past, I've usually had bad RNG for the most part, but in this case, I would say it was above average, so I'm pretty happy with that. A quick movement trick you'll see me doing a little bit in the future is using my hammer to extend Mario's hitbox, and that lets me grab items without needing to move as far. This saves a few frames in select cases, but in the event of the fire flower from earlier, hammering is slow by about 3 frames. It might appear that the hammer would be faster in this case, because like the fire flower is the opposite direction of where I need to be going next, but the item isn't picked up until the hammer animation is complete. Yeah, that's like hard to explain, but when Mario hammers, the item is not picked up until the hammer is gone, like he puts it away or whatever. For the fire flower, the item is close enough to make moving to it faster than hammering it, so that's why I did that. Alright, and that Goomba fight right there, that is the fastest it can possibly be done. The fire flower and power jump red with headbump Goombario on red, and then do nothing on turn 2 with Goombario. You'll see me sometimes choose do nothing with my partners because it's sometimes faster. We don't want to waste our animation times if we don't need to deal the extra damage. And in that case, I didn't need to. I also hit the heart block before going to Goomba King's fortress because we were actually at 1 health for that fight, so we definitely need to have HP. And also FP, so that we can do some power jumps in there. And this fight is also the fastest it can possibly be done. Like, there's no way you can make it faster. Another interesting thing is Goombario is the least used partner in the entire speedrun. We will have him out for basically until he gets replaced by Cooper, and then you'll never see him again. So yeah, Goombario, sorry man, you're not that good. He's got Tattle, which isn't useful at all in speedruns. And then of course, Head Bonk only does 1 damage. So for the Goomba King fight, we are going to power jump the Goomba King, and then with Goombario, we're going to do the extra damage by hitting the tree. And that's going to take out both the Goomba Bros this time. Also right there, Goomba King did like an attack where he shook the ground and then made the coconuts or whatever fall from the tree. That is a little bit of a faster animation than the like kick that he can do. So in that case, that was good RNG. There is a 50-50 shot that he will do that attack. That's a little bit faster, so I saved half a second there for free. Now, another thing you might have seen me do earlier during the cutscene with Goombario and Goompa is Goompa gave me the power jump badge, right? So Mario puts it over his head for a brief second, and it's like, you got power jump, and then it explains what it is. So it does that with items too. So the fire flower is also another case of this. What you do to cancel that as soon as possible is you just rotate the control stick super fast. You spin it around, and that will make it cancel as soon as possible. It's faster than even mashing A because you can rotate a lot faster than you can mash A. It's like I think it's whenever you hit an angle sweet spot on your controller that it will cancel the item or badge animation there. Also, that was a little mistake. There was a spin there that I canceled a little bit late, and that lost me about 0.4 seconds. That's the first movement mistake of Prologue. Alright, we have another cutscene here, so I'm gonna backtrack because there's way too much to cover early on. I'm sorry. It's just, there's a lot, okay? And one thing is enemy placement RNG. So whenever you enter a room, the enemy positions are generally going to be in the same area. They are on set paths, but their progress on their path is random. So they might go in like a little circle. One time you enter the room, it might be at the top of the circle. One time you enter the room, it might be at the bottom of the circle. Sometimes they can get in your way, or sometimes they could allow you to just move right past them, because of course the goal in a speedrun is to avoid all the encounters that we don't need to do. And that's actually a really difficult part of the run, because just knowing like when to move around enemies can be really difficult. In Prologue here, I got really good RNG with that, because there was a spiky Goomba that I dodged, and I was able to go right under him this time. Usually you have to like kind of lure him and then move up and around him. But in this case, I could just spin right under him, and I saved probably like 1 or 2 seconds just from that. So it's a pretty big deal. And that right there, earlier near the shop, that was an example of spinning right like intentionally into something off the beaten path a little bit so I could cancel it and then, you know, save some frames because I don't need to jump. Oh, there was a little mistake too. So on the way to Shooting Star Summit, I was late to cancel another spin. That's another 0.4, 0.5 seconds. And those add up, so I've lost about a second to movement so far, but I mean overall the movement's been really good. As you can see here, climbing this mountain, I don't need to jump really at all once I start making some good progress, and I end up being able to spin over and over by just positioning myself really well. So you can save a lot more time as opposed to just jumping over those steps, because you don't need to do that. Now, a lot of runners, when they get to the top of this mountain and talk to Eldstar, they look at their timer and that's pretty much the prologue, because it's sort of how you compare yourself to the other categories. There is a glitch coming up called the Black Toad Skip, and that's going to skip some cutscenes, but of course in Glitchless we can't do that. So that saves about 45-50 seconds in all cards, any percent, you know, any glitched run. But we lose that free 45-50 seconds in Glitchless. So we kind of compare it to the Eldstar time, and 1706 in Glitchless is really solid, and that was what my time was. I'd say anything sub 1710 is really good. And 1706, yeah, like I was super happy with that at this point. I just said, great prologue, we're off to a good start. Of course, more cutscenes, they are stupid, because we can't even, okay, well I can't read what they're saying, because, you know, I can't speak Japanese, man, but, plus the text is going so fast, but there's so many cutscenes in Prologue. This is a very tedious part of the run, and honestly, it's kind of like, once you do Prologue, you don't feel like resetting, because you have to watch all this over again. So I guess it's kind of a good thing in that sense, because a lot of runners tend to reset even if they could still PB. But I would say, like, even though I am resistant to the Prologue thing, I will still reset. Even if I'm on PB pace. If something bad happens, I get mad, I reset. But like, for Prologue, it's sort of like a proof to that. Some people will say, well, we're gonna have to do Prologue again if I reset, so we might as well just keep going. Okay, so Twink runs into us here. Something funny I didn't actually know until recently is that you can spin the same frame, like the cutscene starts, and so like Mario's spinning when Twink hits him, and then Mario just starts spinning all over the place. It's kind of funny. Twink offered a tutorial. Goomba did this earlier for badge equipping. This one was for the action command. And the way that you cancel it super quick is you just press the B button to select no. It's faster than scrolling down and then manually pressing A. on like the no. So you just press B twice, because he asks you twice. Wants to make sure that you are not accidentally skipping a tutorial on your first playthrough. That Magic Koopa fight is also as fast as it can possibly be. So Power Jump, do nothing with Goombario, because he only has 8 health, and Power Jump does 4 each time. So there's no way I could kill him with Goombario if I even attacked him. So that just saves time to do nothing, and then Power Jump again. So I'm at lower flower points, and in other categories for the fuzzy fight in Koopa Village, we do a different strat for the Magic Koopa fight so that we can have more flower points. But in this case, we are doing most of Chapter 1. Like, you can skip a good portion of it in any percent and any percent no wrong warp. But for this, we're gonna be going through the majority, so we grab some extra coins and like we can get Speedy Spin after Chapter 1. You need to save your coins in other categories because you don't do as much of Chapter 1. And you want to get Speedy Spin as soon as possible, because Chapter 1, conveniently, has some pretty easy coins to get. At least compared to other chapters, which is what you would need to go for in other categories. So we do different strats for the Magic Koopa because we would need the extra FP, because we don't end up buying some items in the Koopa Village shop. But in Glitchless and all cards, we do. That's why we can do the double power jump strat. Alright, so I talked to Merlin here, and I'm gonna quickly go to this trigger. It's a walk-in cutscene, and the faster that Mario gets there, then Merlin kind of speeds up to catch up with him. So it's whenever basically I get to that point. So I tried to move super fast and start this cutscene as soon as possible. And that just about is the end of Prologue. I'm gonna split right when I hit the loading zone. And that starts Chapter 1. So I saved 8 seconds there. I was 0.3 seconds off my personal best Prologue. So I mean, had I like not made a movement mistake, this would have been a best, but you know, it's fine. It was a great Prologue. I saved 8 seconds over PB, you can't complain. And this right here is a pretty cool trick. So if you don't know, like blocks, items pop out of blocks the opposite direction that Mario's facing. So I faced away when I hit that block, so it would go towards the tree, the power block. And when I hit the tree, I started the cutscene of the switch falling out of the tree on the same frame that the power block, like I collected the power block. So I mean, yes, that's a frame perfect trick. I don't get it very often, but in that case I did, so that's a free second or two. Really good movement on the way to Koopa Village. I did grab 10 more coins from that block. Again, it's on a timer, like I explained earlier. But I did get all 10, no problem. I spin behind the sign in the shop, because that's a little bit faster, and you can spin up to an item and then start buying it while the spin is finishing. That's a little movement time save. I bought 4 power blocks and 1 fire flower. The reason is we're going to need the fire flower for the fuzzy fight that comes right up. And the 4 power blocks are going to be used throughout Chapter 1. So this is Cooper. He's going to be our second partner, and he lost his shells, so we have to go get it back from the fuzzies. We're just going to skip this cutscene, because no one wants to see it. And right after opening the store, you can spin for 1 frame before the cutscene starts, and that saves maybe a frame. So that's important. And also, we're just going to spin, we're going to chase him all the way to this next room. So this is pretty much just basic movement. You can go in a straight line for the most part, like nothing spectacular. Now this minigame, dude, this is like the stupid run killer. I can't even tell you guys how salty I've been to lose runs to this. Like I don't react very much, but in my head, dude, I get so salty. And basically we have to guess which tree the fuzzy with the shell is jumping into. The first time it's really easy, the second time it's really easy, but the third time he goes so fast that it's almost like a 50-50 shot of what tree he went in. This is so fast that they slowed it down on the English version because they just deemed it too difficult. And so, of course, this is the Japanese version, so it is still too difficult. Also, another thing is tree hitboxes in this game. You may have noticed I missed hitting the tree a couple times, and that's completely normal. I mean, yeah, it's a mistake, but tree hitboxes are the worst in this game. you could hammer a tree and be like, I totally hammered that, and it won't go. It just doesn't make sense. I think every time I try to hit a tree, I missed it at least once, which is kind of sad. But we got Cooper, so that's cool. And of course, we're gonna use our Fire Flower on this fuzzy fight. And that's gonna kill them all in one shot, because they all have 3 health, so that works out very nicely in this case. And we should be up to 98 star points. Now, if you were to accidentally hit the wrong tree, like the tree with the fuzzy that didn't have a shell, you're in for a world of hurt, pretty much. There is a 10% chance that you will get a coin from that tree. There's a 10% chance you'll get a heart from that tree. And there's an 80% chance that you will fight another fuzzy. And that's basically reset because even after the fight, you'll have to redo the tree minigame. Your star points will be off count. And you just wasted a bunch of time fighting fuzzies that you don't need to fight. On the way back there, I grabbed HP plus. We're gonna need that because I'm doing 10 health strats this entire run. We are not leveling up heart points at all. Like there's another route where you do 15 health, and so like for Bowser that's important, but in this case I'm actually going to use 10 health for Bowser. So instead of upgrading health, which I can't do since for the last fight I need to upgrade, like I need 10 health. But I need 15 health for other fights, so that's why I grabbed HP plus. It's gonna let us like do some different strategies. I'll go into more detail with those later, but I grabbed an invisible fire flower and that thunderbolt earlier. That's again to do more damage in chapter 1. And I'm at 11 coins right now. I'm gonna need 50 by the end of chapter 1. It's very important that we grab all the coins that are very quick. That was really good movement in this room. Notice that I spun like at a really sharp angle. And I'm gonna be opening doors at like the edge. So the soonest possible frame I can open the door, I'm gonna try to open it. And you'll see me go for like the edge of doors so I don't have to move as far quite a few times. Especially in Koopa Bros Fortress. So right here for this fight, you power jump, yeah, power block. No, you do power jump on the Koopa. Dude, I can't talk. You do power jump on the Koopa, and that's gonna do 3 damage. So he has 4 health. That means that we can just do 1 more damage with Cooper. There's no need to charge up Cooper's shell toss because it's not going to kill the bomb even if we charge it up all the way. And the bomb just self-destructs the turn after anyway. So again, that's a really fast version of the fight. So in this room, I'm gonna grab a badge called Power Bounce, and this is super important. Notice I hammered it to, you know, save the frames. But that Power Bounce badge is super important. It's like the best badge for dealing damage in this game. Okay, and again, I first struck an enemy here. Like, I'm not supposed to be doing that. First strikes and getting first struck, even on required battles like this, it wastes some time, because the animation isn't required. We have the strats so that we can kill them regardless of first strikes for the most part. There is one fight in Koopa Bros Fortress that I do need to first strike. Otherwise, it's going to take me longer to do the fight. Okay, so we killed that guy so we can get a switch. And hitting the switch is going to lower a staircase, and that staircase is going to let us go to the bottom part of the fortress, obviously. And more specifically, we're going to go to the pit, and there are 3 required fights in this pit. We can skip them if we're going to skip later in chapter 1, but we need to do it so that we can grab an extra key. Because in any percent and any percent no wrong warp, pretty much any category that isn't all cards or all bosses or glitchless, we're going to do a glitch called log skip after getting Bombette. And that lets you just skip to chapter 2 without needing to finish chapter 1. So that's pretty cool, but of course we need to do these fights to get an extra key so that we can progress in Koopa Bros Fortress. That guy I first struck because I need him on the ground to do Pow Block. Pow Block only affects ground-bound enemies. And notice I kind of like baited that guy so that I could avoid the first strike, but still encounter him. And Fright Jar here. This is RNG. There's about an 80 or 90% chance that I will succeed and kill them both on turn 1 like that with the Fright Jar. If that fails, you lose about 40 seconds because you got to kill them with normal attacks. And it's super slow, so good thing that worked. Now, I say it was like an 80 or 90% chance, but for me, dude, it's been like 50-50. I'm not even joking. It's terrible. I don't know why, but fright jars just don't work with me. But at least we finished up all the fights here in the pit, and fright jar worked out, so that's good. We're gonna go to our left to pick up a key. And on the way to the key, there are some fire bars. And if we jump over these 10 times, they will explode into 10 coins. They do speed up as you continue to jump, and I'm gonna go against the same way that they're spinning, so that I can jump over them faster and faster. It can be kind of risky to do that, not gonna lie, because it spins faster and faster, as I just said. Like towards the 7th jump, it's really difficult. Or not really difficult, I don't miss it that much, but it's riskier than just standing in place and jumping. But the coin spread RNG for the first one wasn't that great, for the second one it was amazing. And I got the key, so we are on our way to getting Bombette. Just jumping up these steps here and going to our right. And upon entering that door, it's a cutscene. Again, we have to wait for the lock animation to finish before we open doors. So you will see me later in the fortress change partners during that animation. I don't need to change partners right now because, you know, Goombario is pretty useless. And we have to go fall for this trap on purpose. Yes, we know what's gonna happen if you've ever played this game, probably. I've seen this a million times. I still fall for it every time, man. I don't know. Just something I never learn. Kind of a fun thing we do is for like a frame after hitting that block, you can do hammer. I didn't get it in this, but it's kind of like a fun thing. Like, yeah, got the hammer. This is the run. Alright, so we fall into the jail cell. Bombette's gonna talk to us for way too long, and what I need to do is hit that heart block, because I'm running out of flower points, and we have some fights coming up, so gonna hit that. And then talk to Bombette. On the 12th text box, she is going to ask if she can join the party, so we say yes. And we're gonna run up to the, like, she's gonna manually make us go up to this cracked wall, and we have to blow it up. So, I mean, this is all, like, just dumb cutscene stuff in Chapter 1. We had Prologue, which was dumb. Then we had some good gameplay. And now we're back to stupid cutscenes, right? Okay, but I'm gonna move up here, and then switch to Cooper while the camera is changing. This is gonna make spinning easier. Because had I not switched to Cooper during that, like, camera change, I'd have to do some pretty weird angles, and it feels awkward to me, so I switch during that camera change. Makes things a little bit more precise. So this jail fight is Power Block, and we're gonna time Power Shell, because we only did 2 to the Koopa. Dude, I keep calling the enemy Koopas Coopers, but whatever. And we can kill all the bombs in 1 turn too. And we're gonna grab all 10 coins from this fight. And that was pretty good coin RNG for the most part, nothing bad. The only coin that was kind of out of, like, just an outlier, it was on the way, so no problem there. Now I'm gonna switch to Bombette because we need this key, and I'm gonna lure this guy over there. And that's actually sort of a little mistake that I made. I didn't lure him far enough. So he turned around after the first time I lured him, and he didn't see me, so I had to wait and then lure him again. It seems kind of random, but I mean, maybe it's my fault. I don't know for sure, to be honest. And then when I was leaving that jail cell, I cancel my spin jump during, like, at the cracked wall, because it makes Mario's jump shorter and that saves a few frames, and then lets me do a really precise angle so I can spin behind the Koopa. So that's like a really cool movement trick. I like it. I try to go for it every time, and I don't think I failed it, to be honest. But okay, right here. This is gonna look like a glitch, but it's not. It's called the pie jump, and it's basically just Nintendo 64, like, you know, this game in general, man. I was just complaining about tree hitboxes being bad. Well, in this case, bad hitboxes help us out, because I can go to the very edge of that upper ledge and jump around that wall right there. So that's pretty cool. That saves about, I think 9 seconds for the first one and then 3 seconds for the second one. It is kind of risky, but, you know, we gotta save all the time we can. And that was beyond dumb, guys. Don't look at what I did there. After that cutscene, I had a million years to line up an angle that would not encounter that Koopa, and I freaking did it anyway. Like, why? Why would I do that? I just spun right into him. And then, of course, running away makes you lose coins, which is super bad in Chapter 1 and Prologue when we need those coins. So I had to waste my time collecting those. So I lost about 12-13 seconds there. That was the only major mistake in Chapter 1 so far. There have been some sloppy movement errors like those first strikes and stuff earlier. But, you know, nothing major. So I'm gonna be doing minor, little spin jumps going up those steps, just to speed up my jump speed. And this is towards the end of Chapter 1. This is the cannon room, I guess. So the Koopa Bros are gonna fire these bullets at us, and the first 3 bullets that they fire are always the same. And by the first 3, I mean these right here. Only those bullets are set, so you can just time your jump every time on those. But the rest are random, so that one right there that I had to jump over, that one was random, so is the next 2. And I'm gonna wait here because I need the first strike, and I don't want to get smacked in the face by a bullet, so just gonna play it safe. Bomb the first cannon, so he's dead. We're gonna use that Thunderbolt we picked up earlier on the second. And then with Bombet's actual turn, as in not the first strike, we're gonna bomb the third and kill these guys in 1 turn. Which is super cool, because that could be a long fight. They do have quite a bit of defense. After the battle, we need to hit the heart block and collect all the coins. I missed the heart block on the first jump when I'm like, oh crap, I gotta collect these coins fast. So I end up getting them all, no problem at least, but... So I mean, yeah, it was a little bit scary, but we got away with it. We have 50 coins going into the Koopa Bro fight. Koopa Bros, I guess. So yeah, these guys, you know, I like the music, so I will play the Koopa Bros music for sure here. I think I'll just match up the music with the environment as much as I can, but you guys probably already noticed that by now, because I'm commentating before I do the music, so yeah. But this fight, really cool strats. We're gonna power jump the Bowser machine, turn 1, and bomb. So he's already only got 3 health left, meaning we can kill him with a power jump next turn. Now when he attacks me, I purposely do not block, and that's going to save some frames because when he attacks you and you block it, it takes a little bit longer for his animation to finish. So we save some frames by not blocking. Okay, so now for the actual Koopa Bros. Something I didn't know before I started speedrunning this game is that you can knock their little Koopa Bros stack over in 1 turn with just Bombette. So if you bomb them like this, they will all just fall over immediately, and so that's really convenient. And guess who has a Pow Block and a Fire Flower? So I use the Pow Block first. That's going to prevent them from doing their Get Up animation, which saves a few frames. And then the Fire Flower, and then that's going to equate to a total of 5 damage on each Koopa Bro, and kills them in 2 turns, which is awesome. It's super cool strats. And that does it for Chapter 1, so I mean, no major mistakes except that encounter. I'm pretty happy with that. We had good Fright Chart RNG, so that's free. We had Pie Jump, no problem. That is something I do fail quite a bit, by the way. Pie Jump, I don't know why, man. It's an easy trick, just something doesn't work with me for it as far as consistency goes. But I got it in this case, so you know, no complaints. And sloppy movement for Chapter 1. I would say this is probably the worst chapter in the run. Maybe Chapter 3. But yeah, Chapter 1 was pretty bad. I still saved 26 seconds because on my PB I screwed up some bad stuff. So yeah, this was really solid for the most part. Again, I can't complain, but we got the Peach scene coming up. Peach Intermission, whatever you want to call it. These are done in between each chapter to tell Mario where he's got to go next. Of course, I already know where to go next, so this is a waste of time. And it's just kind of a nice breather for when I can talk to chat. But first things first, we just gotta open the secret passage. And then you enter the fireplace. And this one's gonna be talking about how to get to Chapter 2. And it's basically, we're gonna read Bowser's diary once we get out into the secret room or whatever. And Bowser's diary says that Dry Ruins is where the next Star Spirit is held. If you haven't caught on by now, basically what needs to happen is Bowser stole the Star Rod from Star Haven, and Star Haven is where the star spirits are like in charge of granting people's wishes. So because Bowser like took the star rod, he's granting his own wishes and making enemies and stuff, which is what explains like all the encounters along the way and stuff. So we gotta save all the star spirits because he trapped them in cards, and his main bosses that he created are holding them hostage. And what's really bad is that the star rod is gaining power for Bowser. Like the more he is using it, the more and more powerful the star rod is granting his wishes, I guess. They explain it something like that in the game. I don't exactly understand it, but I guess that's just their way of explaining the skill differences between chapters. Like enemies get tougher and stuff. But yeah, his diary says go to Dry Ruins for the next star spirit. We saved Eldstar though, so he is here talking to us. And each time we save a star spirit, we get a special move. So this one is Refresh. It increases our health and flower points by 5. And again, he's gonna ask us if we need to know how to use the star power in battle. So we gotta say no to the tutorial because it takes forever. I said yes to it once in a race and lost like 2.5 minutes. It is the worst, stupidest mistake you can ever make. I've done it, my friends have done it. Don't do it, okay? It's dumb. Alright, so we are again dodging enemies along Pleasant Path. For this guy right here, I'm gonna lure him out so that I can go around him. And then go under the Skoomba. And we can spin cancel up that ledge right there, but not the second ledge. You know, little known movement tricks. I'm gonna grab the honey syrup behind this pole. We're gonna need that for chapter 3. And again, just more movement, so if anyone needs to like movement strats for speedruns, these are pretty good ones for dodging encounters on the way back to Toad Town. I'm gonna grab this badge Dizzy Spin. We're not gonna use this until chapter 8, so we are planning way ahead. You know, not gonna use that till Bowser's Castle, but still getting it anyways because it's safer strats for chapter 8. And Junior Trooper returns, everyone. He is quite persistent, you will notice. If you answer yes, that's the fastest option to select, because he asks if you remember him. So yeah, just say yes so he can feel better about it. And these strats are just power jump, and then bomb, rinse and repeat for turn 2, and then hammer because he has 1 health left. That is the only time that I can think of that we use hammer in the speedrun. Hammer is a slower animation than jumping, so we definitely prefer to jump. And also jumping will do more damage when we like get some power-up badges. You'll notice that later too. So yeah, Junior Troopa, only 1 health left. Very quick fight, 3 turns. But coming up, guys, is basically my worst nightmare. Speedy Spin. It's that badge that we've been saving up for. It's like the 50 coin badge. So we go to Ralph's badge shop and he will have up to 3 badges available at his shop at one given point, okay? After chapter 1, there are 4 possible badges this could be. One of them is Speedy Spin, so there is a 75% chance that Speedy Spin will be there on the first try. 75% chance is quite a bit, right? Guess who has never gotten it first try ever? Okay, no, that's exaggerating, but basically the last 10 or so attempts, I have not gotten this first try, guys, and I did not get it first try in this. So what I have to do is take 2 loading zones away, and that's going to reset the badge shop, so that I can hopefully try again and get lucky. I mean, in this case, thank goodness I do, because it's like 20 seconds every time you don't get Speedy Spin on the first try. So yeah, I'm losing time on this split already. Basically, all that time I saved in chapter 1, it's gone. But I got Speedy Spin, and we're gonna equip it immediately because this is the greatest badge of all time, everyone. Look at this beautiful movement, like it's so fast. And we're gonna use this for the entire run. It's so good. Alright, so I'm talking to this flower that was buried underneath. It's a bubble. And he is going to give us a magical seed. We need to collect 4 of these to enter chapter 6, so we're just gonna grab them along the way, because there's no point in backtracking in a speedrun. That just wastes time. You know, might as well get them along the way. When we talk to the conductor Toad right there, and board the train, we want to be as close to the train as possible. Whenever there's autonomous movement with Mario, if you can like kind of control where Mario's gonna be standing before that autonomous movement, it's a little bit faster if you get to the most optimal position, and so that would be closest to the train in these cases. And this is gonna start off chapter 2, so, you know, 45 minutes into the run, that's a pretty good pace. Now, chapter 2, a little bit different from chapter 1 as far as, like, difficulty is concerned. Now, they do step things up a little bit, like, enemies are tougher. Of course, we don't have to worry about that too much for the most part. They will have defense points, but we are going to get the super hammer in a little bit. Okay, so, stopping by Mount Rugged here, we have to clear this area before we can go to the desert and then to the dry ruins. So this is Parakarry, and he lost all of his letters. He's a mailman. He was just flying around and they fell out of his mail bag, I guess. So of course we are hired to grab all the letters, and while there's like nothing really cool about this area, the movement is really nice. So just pay attention to that. Yeah, that was Wacka right there. So what I did was I went down there to hammer Wacka, and he gives us a Whack-A-Bump item, and that item is really good. It restores 25 health and 25 flower points, which is like mega overpowered, especially for this point in the game. So we're gonna grab a total of 2 of those while we're in Mount Rugged. I only grabbed 1 because we can get another one on the way back. We already got 1 letter. I used a little, you know, I used Cooper. That's the 2nd letter, so nice and quick. We already have 2 of the 3. And of course, like, moving around to avoid encounters. Everything's going really smoothly here. This is, not gonna lie, this is one of my better Mount Ruggeds as far as movement is concerned, but of course, we already lost some time due to Speedy Spin, so I'm just trying to minimize that time loss. Fastest movement strat for this room is go in a straight line until you get the spring. And somehow I, like, fell off the spring when I jumped on it, but whatever. Go down the slippy slide, and we're right there at the 3rd letter. Now, for this 3rd letter, I had to hammer it in this case, and I did a nice little movement trick falling down that cliff. But sometimes it's faster to use Cooper. If Cooper is behind you, then you want to use him, because you can grab the letter with Shell Toss. And by the way, getting the 2nd Whack-A-Bump right here. But yeah, you can grab the letter with Shell Toss. And since Mario can move during the Shell Toss, you can drop down there and start getting closer to the loading zone. So that would be faster, but the problem is, after the slide cutscene, Cooper kind of gets lost, so it's seemingly random if he's going to teleport towards you or not. The problem is, if Cooper is off stream? Wow, I am way too much on Twitch. No, off screen, then when you do the partner ability, it's not going to register. You can just try spamming it all you want, it's not going to happen until he gets closer. So that can waste some time, so that's why in this case I grabbed the hammer, or I used the hammer to get the letter, because it would have been slower for me to Shell Toss since Cooper was not there. They're about the same speed either way, but I mean, it's a few more frames, or a few frames faster if you use Cooper Shell Toss. Alright, we went back, we gave Parakarry the letters, so now Parakarry joined our party. He says, oh yeah, I probably lost a lot more letters, so I'll just stick with you, man. And that's cool because Parakarry is a really useful partner. I'll get to that in just a sec, but Bazaar here, he comes over and he's gonna ask if we're Mario. You can answer that you're Mario, Princess Peach, or Luigi. If you answer Mario or Princess Peach, you have to fight him, and he's a pretty tough boss. Worst of all, in a speedrun, that's a lot of time that we don't have to, you know, like, we don't have to waste that time. So if you choose Luigi, he just ignores you. He's like, oh yeah, you do kind of look like him. But Parakarry, he's a very useful partner, mainly because Shell Shot can be used on virtually any enemy type, like flying, on the ceiling, on the ground, spiky, fire, whatever, man. Parakarry, he can get it done. And also, Shell Shot happens to be the fastest animation in the game, as far as I'm aware at least. Like, it's really fast, that's what I'm trying to get to. It's faster than probably every other partner animation I end up using. I can't think of any off the top of my head that are faster. But yeah, okay, I'm grabbing this Tasty Tonic. We need that for Final Bowser in case I get a certain, like, cycle. Because Final Bowser, he can do a a couple different attacks, so that Tasty Tonic is just to be safe. I end up not needing it in this run, because I got better RNG on Final Bowser. But of course, I didn't know that at this point, so I grabbed it to be safe. And you may have noticed I went all the way to the Oasis before stopping by the Outpost, and that's because I need to upgrade Bombette. And Power Bomb is going to do quite a bit of damage to enemies, especially at this point in the game, doing 6 HP each. So that's like a really quick way of finishing battles in one turn for the most part. You'll see me using her quite a bit. So yeah, I have to go trigger this mouse dude to come back to his shop because he was bargaining with Moustafa. And I'm gonna sell one of the whack-a-bumps we got. So yeah, I said it was overpowered, like for healing and stuff, but because of that, it sells for 30 coins in the desert, which is pretty good. It sells for like 50 to 64 elsewhere. I gotta buy a dried shroom and then a dusty hammer in that order to trigger a series of events. You notice he came by and talked to me. That's because he was giving us a secret on how to talk to Moustafa, and that is something that you need to do, regardless of whether or not you know where he is. So it's basically a trigger. Also, I just bought 4 Thunderbolts. We're gonna use that for a couple fights. Thunders, like Thunder Rage and Thunderbolts, those are really fast item animations. Kind of like a shell shot, but for Mario's turn. And that's, again, really fast, so it's a good thing. And he's gonna give us the Pulse Stone, so that we can go find the Dry Ruins. We definitely need this as well to trigger the ruins. In a glitchless speedrun at least, I mean, you know, we got our glitches. So heading to the ruins, the path is just left up, left up, left up, I don't know, I just go left up until I get to it. Of course we gotta dodge enemies along the way, and I'm trying to cut as like, the most amount of cornering I can. That sentence probably made no sense, but hopefully people know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to, you know, take the least amount of distance between the 2 loading zones. I messed up a spin there, that was pretty embarrassing, but okay. So we insert the Pulse Stone into that rock, and Dry Ruins is going to be summoned. Now, Dry Ruins is... it's a weird area in this game, and I mean like, casually, yeah, it's a great dungeon, it's really cool, but in speedruns, it's kind of difficult, and not because it's actually tough, but because, for whatever reason, the Dry Ruins are sort of off-symmetrical, or something. I don't know why they programmed this, or if they even intended to do this, but when you enter the ruins, like instantly, your angles are off, so holding directly right and spinning is actually going to spin you a little bit down right. Enough so to where you need to correct your movement. What I end up doing is I hold a little bit up right, and that's going to just go like straight right. And you notice I kind of screwed up, I went a little bit too far upright there. So I didn't quite get to the door in one spin, and that's actually kind of crucial because, you know, the number of jumps that I have to do, the number of spins and all that. That does make a difference with movement, and I fell off there and almost encountered that Pokey, but I did manage to maneuver around him. Yeah, like, I don't know, man, unlocking doors takes some talent, apparently. So first things first, I gotta drain the sand so that we can venture more into the Dry Ruins. And another thing is, during cutscenes, like pressing down of the switches, you're gonna see me attempt to move left right after I hit the switch. I probably do it in a little bit here coming up. But yeah, I'm gonna switch to Parakarry and then Bombette so that we can drain the sand again. But, like, draining sand is apparently the theme here. Okay, yeah, there's where it is. So I move left while the switch is being pressed down. And that saves a few frames after the cutscene, because it does take a couple frames for Mario to turn around. And the other day, someone was asking me like how I managed to get a really good time in Chapter 2. Because I think I have one of the best splits for Chapter 2. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I know someone was like, dude, how do you have a best split that good? So it's just like little stuff like that. It adds up. I also made a little bit of a routing change from the, I guess, normal, you could call it, glitchless route. they end up eating the dried shroom in the outpost, which wastes some time, and also buying 5 thunderbolts. My route's a little bit different. I only buy 4 thunderbolts, and I don't need to eat the dried shroom. I can throw it out later, and throwing out an item is faster than eating it, so that's a couple frame saves overall. And we have to actually fight all 3 of these pokies, so these are intentional encounters, and that was quick menuing on that thunderbolt to get the swooper really fast. So of course I used power bomb on the first pokies, and that's how they died in 1 turn so fast. So I mean, already upgraded Bombette being super useful, getting some quick fights. We're gonna do all 3 of these in 1 turn. Back to what I was saying earlier though, about saving some, like, you know, just time. People don't really, I don't know why people don't really do this, but I was asking Anatomies the other day, like, hey Anatomies, the whack-a-bump that we're supposed to eat after these 3 pokey fights, because normally, like, this key would fall, you open the item menu, you eat a whack-a-bump. I was like, yo, what if we eat the whack-a-bump during a battle, because then we don't have to open the like, menus and stuff, and it's a little bit faster. He was like, yeah, that'll save some frames, and I'm like, okay, yeah, like, we need to start doing this kind of stuff. So, of course, frames are really important to me, and, like, I'm not super duper skilled in some parts of this game where other runners excel, so I have to kind of rely on those frame savers and just knowledge of the game to do this. So that's also part of why I'm doing this post-commentary, is I kind of want to outline those little frame savers I do. I mean, I'm sure other people have thought of them, but just haven't, like, thought to apply them in certain areas. But either way, you know, just little movement tricks. This room was actually really fast. Another weird thing about ruins is when you're jumping up steps, if you do the shortest possible jump, which is of course what you're sort of aiming for in speedruns, because you want to be on the ground more than you want to be in the air, since you know, spinning's faster. But like when you do the shortest possible jump on certain steps, sometimes your jump gets clipped a little bit. And what I mean by that is Mario will not reach the next step, he'll just fall back down onto the same step. It's very obvious, you can easily notice it. I don't remember if it happens here, but I'll try to point it out if it does. In this room, you just want to be spinning when those buzzies are supposed to fall. Some people like to hug the walls, which is fine, but I don't think it's as fast. We always prefer straight movement, if possible. So upgraded Paracarry there. Again, Shell Shot is fast, so it'll do more damage now. Upgrading Paracarry there will actually let us do enough damage to kill the boss of Chapter 2 in 3 turns. And there's eating the whack-a-bump during the battle, faster than opening the menu out of battle, just by a few frames. Like, either way, your menuing's gotta be good, so don't think that's just free. And then, of course, Power Bomb, so you would normally have to press Do Nothing or switch to Bombette with Mario anyway, which takes a few frames. So I think that also is saved when you do the whack-a-bump eating on turn 1. Yeah, whack-a-bump eating, my word choice today is so good. Anyways, we're going back because we have the Super Hammer, and we need to get the 3rd stone. Or 2nd, my bad. So yeah, like the theme of the ruins is first drain all the sand, and then you want to get all the stone chomps destroyed so that you can get the symbols, stones, and then reach the boss. And before the battle, you notice I first struck with Bombette and then went to go grab the item during the, like, Bombette's charging up of the explosion. So that's a little bit faster than just, you know, grabbing the item first and then waiting for the animation. And I don't know what that was, man, but I canceled the spin on accident on that debris in the room. That was sick, okay? That saved some frames. So I don't even know, man. I'm saving frames without even wanting to. Well, of course I want to, but intending to, I mean. And then again, like, you know, turning around during the cutscene. It's kind of a strict timing for that, so some people might not want to go for that since it's risky enough to where you'll fall off the switch if you do it too early, and then end up losing time. But I try to go for them for the most part, and I didn't fail any. I think I got 2 of the 3, but at least I didn't fail any. Okay, 3rd stone chomp. We still got 6 flower points left. 6 flower points, or 7, my bad. We must have picked one up. So yeah, we're gonna do power bomb, kill them both in 1 turn once again. And this will just about do it for all of Dry Ruins. So really fast. And we're gonna go place the 3rd stone. To memorize the stone locations, I actually just know them by where they are in my menu at the time. So I just know for the far left, the bottom option. For the middle, it's the only option we have at that time. And then same for the rightmost one. Okay, so before Tut and Koopa, we need to switch to Parakarry. Because we cannot waste any turn switching in this fight. If you forget to switch to Parakarry, you're gonna have a really rough time, meaning either you die or you do a bunch of, you know, unreasonably difficult blocks and lose time. So we don't want to do either of those. I mean, the blocks for the backup, if you forget to switch to Parakarry, they aren't that bad, but it's just unnecessarily risky, and also, you know, you end up losing time. So this fight it's kind of boring, to be honest. It's just power jump shell shot 3 times in a row. However, things do change a little bit after turn 1. He's gonna call his chomp out. So I mean, the chomp's not a threat at all in this. But what is going to happen is I have to menu around the chomp now. If I just start spamming A, like wanting to quickly fight Tut and Koopa, you're gonna end up targeting the chomp instead. And I've honestly lost some runs to that, like just menuing too fast. And also, with the quick jump thing, so remember, way back in Prologue, I was talking about pressing A with good timing during Mario's crouch before jumping. The timing for that's gonna change when he summons the chomp because Mario crouches in front of the chomp. So that's a little bit different. Really small things to take note of, but it's something. And that's gonna do it for all of Chapter 2. So now that we have cleared Prologue, Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, things are gonna start speeding up a little bit. And I don't mean like because we're more powerful or anything. It's just there's less cutscenes. You know how to play this game at this point. So yep, we're just gonna grab this card, and that's just about gonna do it. I got a gold split by about 5 seconds, and like my gold split, my best split last time before this run was already really good. So Chapter 2, like after Parakarry, super sexy. The only thing that could have gone better was I got Speedy Spin, honestly. And that's the Parakarry split, so... And I mean Speedy Spin first try. I got Speedy Spin, obviously. Okay, so for this Peach Intermission, things are gonna change a little bit. We actually have to go, like, avoid guards, and... Personally, I've never done this, but I do know some people that have rushed this scene a little bit and didn't have like the most optimal movement angles or whatever, because like the guard patterns, you want to make a certain cycle to save the most time. So sometimes people like they miss an angle or something with Peach's movement, and it ends up getting them caught. And getting caught in this wastes like at least a minute, depending on where you're at. So we definitely do not want to do that. Especially after like 46 seconds ahead at this point. I'm saying, yeah, we need to make sure we're doing this right. Usually Peach intermissions are sort of seen as like a breather where you can talk to chat and whatever. But of course this run was off stream, so I was fully focused. And also, for the one after Chapter 2, I don't know, I always focus on this one just in case. The door we need to get to is just the first one on the left. It's very easy to dodge the guards outside, obviously. And this is where it matters, so, you know, just quick movement here. Follow this guy very carefully. If you get too close, he will notice you. And after he turns around, it's safe to go. And you can go in here. Make sure you are past the black square. Otherwise, he can still notice you in between those bookshelves, even though we are paper thin. I don't know, man. This game is crazy. So we just gotta wait for this cutscene to finish, and that'll just about do it for this Peach intermission. So luckily it's not too long. So we got past all that, thankfully. You know, no issues. It's really easy, but there are little things to be concerned about when speedrunning, I guess. I don't know, I'm always thinking, okay, when speedrunning, I've got a checklist. So at this point, or right after chapter 2, I'm like, okay, gotta get past the Peach scene, okay. So now from here I'm saying, alright, we gotta get past Forever Forest encounters, okay. I end up not doing that, by the way, I screw that up. Chapter 2 ended up being really solid, as I said. Chapter 3 made me want to kind of puke a little bit, like, it wasn't that bad. I ended up not being too far off my best split, but my best split in chapter 3 is really bad. And I'm talking about for both Bow and chapter 3. To even come close to it in this, I mean, I'm seeing improvement, so that's good, but I don't know, it really frustrated me. I almost just quit the run out of frustration because, I don't know, like, as I said, I don't really get upset on the outside, or like, I'll be salty on the inside, but if something dumb happens, I'm just like, okay, this is too sloppy. I strive to be really, really perfect, but I have to kind of convince myself that, you know, being perfect is not possible, especially in a 4-hour run. And so yeah, we went past Bazaar there. Said Luigi once again, because he needed to be reminded. And we are gonna grab this magical seed. So that's something you definitely don't want to forget, otherwise you're coming all the way back to chapter 2. And as you can imagine, that wastes a lot of time, especially when you're like in Toad Town, when you have to do this later. But we got that out of the way, and this pissed me off. This was one of those parts of starting chapter 3 that made me really want to quit. I've never gotten that encounter before, guys. I don't know what told me to spin directly left at that point, but I spun right into that mole spawn point. I knew it was there. It was just a stupid, silly mistake. And then, to make matters worse, after that, I ended up making a little spinning error. And as I said, like, those are just tiny little time losses. It's more of a mental thing. If you miss a spin, you're like, oh, I should never miss these, because it's something you just do the whole game. Now, the cool thing about the train cutscene after beating chapter 2, or just on the way back in general, you can skip right past it. So that huge long cutscene, you know, just tap A, we're good. We're back in Toad Town. And starting chapter 3 pretty much, we gotta go to Forever Forest and trigger a cutscene with the guard Feist. And yes, all the Toads in this game have like a little pun with T at the end of their name. There's Feisty, there's Tasty. I mean, like, whatever, man. So during this cutscene, there's a yes and no option. I select yes because it's fastest. And sometimes I honestly forget, like, this is a cutscene we don't normally see in any other categories, because we skip the cutscenes. But, like, I don't know, Glitchless, you know, it teaches you the full game, so that is a perk to running Glitchless as opposed to a different category at first, is you learn all the movement so you can get to any category easily. And, just, you know, like, general game mechanics are really, really emphasized, because you do more stuff. And Forever Forest, we do have to have the route memorized, so the first one is right 2 times. The next 4 are going to be left. This one is going to be left once. We have to talk to Oakley and convince him that we're, like, somehow good enough to do Forever Forest. Because wow, that encounter. I forgot about that. So yeah, 2 encounters on the way back, dude. 2 of them. Unacceptable. I tried to go right under him, under his jump. I guess I was a little bit late, or he was just in a bad position RNG-wise. Either way, it was risky of me, I shouldn't have done it. But basically the gimmick of Forever Forest, casually, is like, you have to pick the path with a slightly different pattern. But we do have them memorized so that we don't have to waste our time checking the patterns. So from the bubble here, we go right twice, or left twice more. And notice like the tree had the spooky face. So that was the difference in that path. And then left once again. And the next one is right. Dodging enemies along the way, because we don't want to deal with that. And after this, right once more, and we're gonna enter Boo's Mansion. Like personally, I don't know. Oh yeah, I lured that fuzzy because, you know, I already had 2 encounters in this. I did not play it risky like the first. Basically, I did what I was supposed to do. But as I was saying, Chapter 3, casually, is one of my favorites, probably tied with Chapter 7 as my favorite. I really like the atmosphere. I like what they did with this, you know, being a Nintendo 64 game. You can't expect too much graphically, but this is a really cool area. And it's gonna like show a cool shot of the mansion in this cutscene. It looks really, really daunting and ominous, so I like that. I like that in games. And Chapter 3 in general just like stands out story-wise. We will be skipping the text as normal, but if you've ever played this game, you might know what I mean. It's pretty cool. First of all, we gotta go get the record because we need to get the weight for the chandelier, and the only way to get the weight is to get the record. And this is all done to progress. Now, I guess you could kind of consider the mansion to be a fetch quest area, but I don't know. I consider chapter 6 to be the most fetch questy. But the mansion, it's always fun to me. Chapter 6 is boring. So I don't know what's different, but whatever. Also, the amount of time it takes for him to distribute the record to one of the boos is RNG. I got it considerably fast on this. It wasn't too bad at all. So gonna hammer it real quick, because it is faster in this case. It can vary depending on your position. I was at a position where it was so close to not even going to matter, but I did it anyways. I probably saved maybe 1 or 2 frames, if any. Alright, so playing the record, we gotta keep it, we have to tap A so that it stays at the OK. So that this boo can dance, and man, he's got some moves, cause this guy is legit. I don't know if he has a name, but he's legit. So we got the weight. And this weight is going to let us open a secret door using it on the chandelier. So Boo's Mansion, it's not a very difficult area at all. It's just knowing where to go. Which is something I can still screw up because, you know, you autopilot your way after playing something so much. And it ends up being second nature. But at the same time, that can screw you up because in Boo's Mansion, it's a little bit of back and forth. So sometimes you might get ahead of yourself, which I did in my PB, I think. And I have done in quite a few runs. I don't think I did in this one. Alright, so we're going to open this, and once again we get to play the Boo minigame. And once again, RNG is going to be a factor. They're going to be tossing the super boots back and forth. And the amount of times that they throw it is between 6 and 10, I think. And I think I got it. Yeah, I got 6. I was lucky here. That's the fastest I've ever gotten it. Good stuff. I know I was just complaining about Chapter 3 being bad, but the mansion was really, really good. Before the mansion, ew. Encounters, bad. But during the mansion, really, really solid. Just gotta do a quick little sequence here with these switches, which ends up going fine. We have to do very, very, very tiny amount of platforming, which somehow I still manage to screw up sometimes, but we're good in this case. This run is real. And you know, it's really just basic movement from here on out. Jump up these steps as fast as possible. And I need to go to the room on the right. Sometimes I go down to the steps, because that's what you do after this. We exit from that same door on the way out from here, because it's all a big circle, sort of, in the basement. So we gotta get this Boo portrait, and of course hammering it is faster, definitely in that case. So the Boo portrait, we didn't even talk to the painting without a portrait, but in Boo's Mansion, you're supposed to talk to a painting, and he tells you that he lost his painting, pretty much. So I guess you don't really talk to a painting, you talk to what is supposed to be a painting, and that was a dumb mistake. I was trying to climb the stairs really fast, pressed A twice, and I ended up clipping one of the steps, so it made me do a ground pound, and I wasted like a second and a half, which is pretty sad. But we solved the portrait mystery, and I mean, if you can call it a mystery. So we made it to the top of the mansion, which is what Bootler told us to do earlier. Even though it's in Japanese, I still have a good memory about this game casually, because I played it so much, man. I love this game. I've played it probably 100% through, I want to say 40 times. Okay, I have no life, alright? But neither does Bo, and she thinks that's cool, so she's gonna end up joining our party. Which is cool, but I mean, I can't think of a time that we actually need Bo outside of beginning chapter 4. Normally, you're kinda, I guess, supposed to use Bo in chapter 3, but with good enough movement, with Speedy Spin and stuff, we can just go right through some areas that would otherwise require Bo. And you'll see what I mean there. And somehow, dude, somehow I end up saving time, so that just goes to show the amount of improvement I've made since my PB, and that was stupid. So, I guess I didn't have enough momentum when I was spinning off the top, so I ended up landing on the second floor, and I've never done that before this run. I'm supposed to end up like falling all the way down, and that wasted probably 5 or 6 seconds. So right off the bat, I was like, ew, this chapter 3 is so bad. And that pattern, for the most part, is kind of recurring throughout anytime after chapter 2, until we start chapter 4 at least. So we are in Gusty Gulch, and this is another really cool aesthetic area of the game. I love the atmosphere in chapter 3, man. Like, what a neat idea to do like a ghost town, literally. This cutscene is kind of easy to screw up, and all I mean by that is we forget to press down C and become invisible with Bo sometimes. I've done that, my friends have done that, we've all done it, okay? It's stupid, we get distracted, we're like, oh yeah, cutscene, just hold B. We're so used to it from muscle memory, I guess. But I mean, it was fine in this case, again. I haven't made too many stupid mistakes, like... Oh yeah, we gotta grab this repel gel. That Goomba right there is the toughest part of chapter 3 as far as avoiding encounters goes. So next up, I decide to ruin chapter 3 even more. I pull out Paracarry, and you can cancel his like airlift a little bit early. I ended up doing it too early, and I fell down, and then almost encountered the cleft. And then to make matters worse, I fell down again and almost encountered him again, and I was like, okay, there goes 12 seconds or something like that. This is bad. Worst chapter 3 ever. And again, I was like only 7 seconds off my gold split in the end, I think, or something like that. It was terrible. I don't even know how, man. That encounter right there is intentional. We want to get down to 1 health, and that's because we're going to be getting a badge called Mega Rush. And Mega Rush is the reason that Glitchless and all cards are fast, as far as like boss strats are concerned. When we are at 1 health, guys, Mega Rush increases our attack power by 4 for 1 badge point. This is so good, like, it's super risky. Yes, we're running around at 1 health, so if we get first struck, we're dead. But man, it ends up saving so much time, it's awesome. You combine this with Power Bounce, you're gonna be doing like 6, 5, 4, 3, 2 damage. It's so much. And that's in 1 turn. Excluding your partner. And we can skip that upgrade block, because we already have Bombette and Paracarry upgraded. And those are really the only 2 important partners early on. Getting caught right there, it's actually faster than running all the way back, because we have to open the door on the right in the main room. Bringing him out here. Or bringing Mario out here. This is a little bit faster. So unlock that door, and one thing I just want to talk about real quick is this run in general. It's either like amazing, awesome movement that I would want every time, or major mistakes. And I mean, it's so obvious that people that don't speedrun this game can kind of like obviously call me out and be like, yo, that was bad. So I mean, like, I missed 2 spins in that room and almost got caught by one of the guards. If I got caught by that guard, I would have reset, because this chapter 3 was so bad. That was a quick spike room, and we also get stung by those spikes after jumping on the chest, because it takes you right back to the beginning, so that's faster. It's a pretty cool little movement trick. Speaking of cool movement tricks, we got another thing in here that kind of looks like a glitch, but again, it's just using hitboxes to our advantage. You can paracarry right up that, like, drawer, and get on the bed, and then come over here and get Mega Rush. And, you know, I kinda fanboyed over Mega Rush a little bit. So you guys know how I feel about that. We're gonna lure that Clubba away so we can unlock the door without encountering him. Shoutouts to my friend FS Juicy J for that strat. I saw him do it on stream just the other day, and I was like, wow, why am I not doing that? That's safer than what I was trying to do. I'd always just kind of lure him and then move around in a circle, but that ends up being a lot better and safer. Just before this room, I grabbed a maple syrup, by the way, which we are going to use after the Junior Troopa fight on the way back. And that was a neat little movement trick that's self-explanatory. It just kind of lures all the Clubbas there, so we can get past that room without any encounters, which is always good. Next, we're gonna grab a key called Yaki, because he likes to talk. Yeah, a talking key. I'm not joking with you guys. But we're gonna use that to unlock the Windy Mill. And the reason is because the boss, which is this guy, Tubba Blubba, he is actually invincible, but his heart is not. That's why he's got a little patch there. Apparently his heart was detached from his body. And his heart is hiding out in Windy Mill and controlling him. So, I mean, what a plot for an E-rated game. Kind of weird, isn't it? Like, he's being possessed by his heart from afar or something? I don't even know, but I guess this is the scary chapter, so we'll take it for what it is. But yeah, the key just woke him up, sort of. And now we have to run away from Tubba Blubba, and this is a pretty cool, just like, sequence in the game. So he's gonna break his own castle. I don't know why he's doing that, but we'll take it, because it's gonna let us escape faster. The escape is very, very movement-based. On the way back to Gusty Gulch, you're gonna be seeing a lot of cool movement tricks, mainly with the fact that there are a lot of little dips in the terrain, and these dips are enough to cancel the spins for us, so I don't have to spin jump in some cases. So just like knowing where to spin is really important on the way back. And that's part of why I like this section. Chapter 3 is still my favorite, probably my absolute favorite part of the speedrun, just because of the movement. There's little tricks here and there, like the spike room and the faster Mega Rush thing. And just movement in general. It's so sick. Chapter 7, I really enjoy the atmosphere again. For those that don't know, I live in Las Vegas. Oh, by the way, I gotta point something out. Sometimes when you're leaving that room that I was just in, there is a text box where Tubba Blubba says, I smell delicious ghosts, open the door. Because yeah, he eats ghosts, but that text box didn't trigger. It's kind of RNG. I got good RNG, it did not trigger. I was saying, I live in Las Vegas, and we never see snow or anything. So I like snowy environments in games, because I haven't seen snow in like 6 years. It's crazy, right? I'm gonna jump over these Goombas, because it's kind of risky to do that. I know some people do not spin before the Goomba notices you. I like to go fast, though, and do riskier strats. Just real quickly here, I want to go over power bounce caps before this fight. When we do a power bounce, as you will see on the heart here, there's a limited number of bounces we are capable of doing. This is sort of the game's way of making bosses a little bit stronger, so they implemented some RNG to it. On average, you can get between 3 to 7 bounces on bosses and mini-bosses. Caps can change depending on whether or not you're wearing the badge Dodge Master, by the way. So I know some people might say like, oh yeah, I've done 101 power bounces, because that is the maximum, but you have to be wearing Dodge Master to do that. It's a little bit too far out of the way to consider it worth getting. Alright, but jumping into this battle here, we can kill this guy in 2 turns at 1 health, and with good enough power bounce caps, either a 6 and a 4 or 2 5s, that's going to be enough to do it in technically 1.5 turns, meaning I don't need to use pair carry the 2nd turn. So that was the fastest possible fight. RNG in that was pretty good as far as caps are concerned. Power bounce caps on Tubba's Heart are not bad at all. I think I've only ever gotten bad RNG once. Also, little known factoid, that's kinda cool. If you encounter those Goombas on the way to the heart, they are not there on the way back for whatever reason. But since I got no encounters, they were all 3 there. And now we're gonna start the actual boss fight, I guess, but it's also way easier. You can kill Lavalava in 1 turn. He's got 10 health, man. Super easy fight. And right after this, we're gonna level up, so we're picking badge points. If you haven't noticed yet, I actually took off Speedy Spin for the only time I will do that for the rest of the run. We want to put that back on as fast as possible, because Speedy Spin, the best, right? Definitely going to upgrade badges so that we can put on Power Jump and Speedy Spin, which will let us, you know, not need the menu as much, switch between badges, so that'll save time in the long run. And just in general, we do need a lot of badge points for this run. If you remember earlier, I said we only need 10 health for this whole run. We do not upgrade heart points. If anything, we use HP plus for a few strats later on. But for now, you know, we're just sticking to flower points and badges and levels for the whole game. Okay, maybe I lied. I thought I was closer to my gold split than this, but this makes a lot more sense. That was not a good Chapter 3, but I saved time because my PB Chapter 3 was absolutely terrible. 409's not a bad time, by any means, but there was just like, it was not optimized at all. This just goes to show that movement has a really big impact on times in general in Paper Mario, so when I was saying earlier, like, for an RPG game, it's very movement-based. This time save we're seeing, I would say the majority of it is movement. Now, like the early game, it wasn't too bad in my PB. Of course, I've improved movement since then, so there is a little bit of a difference, but we still have like 3 minutes that we can save for free in the late game. I don't know if I mentioned this already, but in my PB in Flower Fields, I ended up going the wrong direction, sort of. What happened is, I forgot to advance a trigger by talking to one of the flowers. I didn't realize that I had forgotten to do that until I had talked to another flower. And of course, it didn't work when I tried to talk to that flower because I didn't do the trigger. So that was like 1.5 to 2 minutes right there. And then also, on the at the end of Chapter 7, when I was heading to Chapter 8, I forgot to grab a Shooting Star and a Thunder Rage from the pillars on the way back. I didn't realize this until I was already back in Toad Town tunnels. I lost another like minute 30 to that, I think. It's pretty bad, so I mean, I'm already going in here like saying, alright, so we're 4 minutes ahead, because those mistakes are, you can't make them again once you've already made them. For this Peach Intermission, Bowser's gonna ask us a couple questions about what Mario hates, so depending on your responses, you will see the results in Chapter 4. And an example of this is, he's going to ask us if a Goomba should appear, or if another enemy should appear, like a Koopa Troll or something, or a Thunder Rage item. We want to be sure that we answer the Thunder Rage item for when it's necessary, because the Thunder Rage is free, like, it does a lot of damage too. We're going to use it in the run. There are 2 questions that we want to answer items for, so it's the 3rd option for the first 2. And the 3rd one doesn't matter, so we just quickly select the 1st option, because it's the fastest. And starting up Chapter 4. So Chapter 4 is probably the worst part of the speedrun. And I mean, like, it's cool to watch still, but as a speedrunner, there's a lot of RNG involved that can make or break the run. The fights are difficult because I'm playing on the Wii Virtual Console version, which, as we talked about earlier, has a lot of lag, and this lag is very bad in Chapter 4. What's gonna happen is, during the Lantern Ghost and General Guy fights, there's gonna be so much lag that the programmers that were like porting this to the Virtual Console version decided to program in speed-ups so that the frame rate could catch up. And these speed-ups are pretty much random and very hard to predict. And by that I mean, if you get a speed up and you don't expect it, it's gonna throw off your timing for power bounce for a block, whatever. We don't have to do blocks in those fights, but we do have to do a couple power bounces, and I have lost numerous runs to speed ups and lag spikes in those fights. It's a very scary part because it's one of those things where it's like it's hard to blame yourself if something goes wrong in those fights. It's just lag. It's really annoying. Anyways, we're fighting Junior Troopa once again, and so I'm gonna stop at 3 there because that's just enough to kill him. One way to tell whether or not I get capped or if I fail the action command with power bounces is there is a distinct animation when Mario jumps off an enemy or falls off. What I mean by that is when you're doing the power bounce, if Mario jumps off the enemy when you stop, that means you got capped. If you fail to execute the action command on a certain power bounce, then it will simply make Mario fall off. Right here, I am eating a honey syrup and a maple syrup, and I used to eat these right after the Junior Troopa fight in Forever Forest, but there is a lot of lag in there, so I decided to start eating them after I leave Forever Forest to save some frames. Lag is never a good thing in speedruns. You want to try to avoid it as much as possible. I mean, unfortunately, in Glitchless, there are a lot of parts of the game that we cannot skip that are very laggy. Forever Forest being one, Chapter 4 being another. And we do skip both of those areas in the any percent category. And to start Chapter 4, we have to go in here and use bow. So I'm holding B right now because this shy guy is going to walk in and he's going to start talking. If you press B manually during this, you will actually cancel bow's invisibility. So I hold B as soon as I possibly can. And he gives us the secret passage to the toy box, so that's the start of Chapter 4. We have nothing to do in between, just keep it going. First things first, I gotta go to the right and grab the storeroom key, and that's gonna let us get the toy train so we can start navigating between the train stations. That's sort of the theme of Chapter 4, is you gotta clear each different station, and then the red station is where the boss is. So this is blue station right here. We need to get to pink station, and then to green, and then to red. It's a very simple process, but like that's just what I'm trying to do, is gain access to all the stations so I can go fight the bosses. That balloon guy, he can snipe you if you're not careful, so best to be closer to the wall than in the middle of the room, at least when you're avoiding him. Alright, so we grab the storeroom key. Also, another thing, if you can ground pound or hammer the jack-in-the-boxes. I choose to hammer them because it is faster. However, if you are like slightly off center on the box, sometimes the hammer will not register. It's really weird, and sometimes like you lose some time to that, just being silly. No worries there this time, at least at this point. So we're gonna go back to the store, the item shop. I don't know why I said go back, because I don't think we've ever been here. I have some trouble unlocking this door, but whatever. The toy train is, we need that, like that's mandatory. And then the snowman doll we're gonna pick up for an enemy in Chapter 5. It's just the fastest possible snowman doll we can get in the game. It's really convenient that it's in the same room that we need to go to anyway, right? Now make sure if you're doing like even casual playthroughs, make sure you deposit the toy train before you jump in the toy box again. Because a lot of people forget that and end up going to go talk to the conductor, and then they're like, oh, wait, the train's not there. You'll also see I do a little bit of a frame saver when I jump on these switches. You can jump right off the switch as it's going down, and it still registers as being pressed. That is something that I learned from Ishnusum, so shoutouts to him. Awesome speedrunner of this game. And now at the pink station, we need to get the frying pan for Tasty. We kind of mentioned her earlier, but she is the cook in Toad Town. Long story short, we need to get a cake for Gourmet Guy, because he's blocking our way to accessing the green station. And he likes food, so if we give him food, he'll move. And of course, we gotta get the frying pan to Tasty so that she can cook us some good food, right? You need to run all the way over to this right area until the Shy Guy appears on screen, otherwise he'll never show up, and that would suck, because we need to go through here. You can hug this wall behind there, like the back wall, and dodge that Shy Guy. pick up a Thunder Rage, and this is the frying pan, so nice and easy. On the way back though, we need to be a little bit careful because this Shy Guy still hasn't opened the door, so he's still behind here. And I have gotten a few encounters by being impatient there. And this right here, this is dumb. This is RNG. There's nothing we know how to do to dodge that Shy Guy from first striking you. It's just like a 50-50 shot. You cannot control Mario's momentum as you are using the Jack-in-the-Box. So on the way down, I could not control Mario or anything, and that guy can usually spot you and shoot you right in the face. And that is actually the reason that we absolutely need that life shroom from Chapter 2, is in case we get bad RNG here. There's that little frame saver with the switch again. But yeah, the life shroom, it's pretty much for any point in Chapter 4. I definitely would have preferred to have not gotten the bad RNG there because, first of all, the life shroom animation is really slow. We technically don't even need it, but it is safety, just in case. Now I'm back at 10 health, so I have to get down to 1 health before Lantern Ghost. And we have to go out of our way to purposely get an encounter to do that. We lose like 30 seconds to this, maybe more. And I ran right into that tree. There's another example of major mistakes that look really obvious. Who in their right mind would just purposely go right into a tree? Am I wrong here? Cause I wouldn't. That was an accident, just silly mistakes. But Tasty cooked us up a cake, and we're gonna go take it to Gourmet Guy now. So lots of backtracking in Chapter 4. I know that's a reason why a lot of people didn't like Chapter 4 as much casually, is because it's a lot of navigating between Toad Town and the Toy Box. You gotta do favors for a bunch of people to progress more in the chapter. There are only 2 required things though, and by that I mean just we have to do the storeroom and Tasty. So there's actually no more going back into Toad Town for the rest of the chapter, which is nice. You can cancel this cutscene by just tapping A. So I try to tap it super fast so that we can do it on the soonest possible frame. You'll know you got it as fast as possible if the screen just stays black and you appear at the station. Alright, but on our way to Gourmet Guy, so there is actually a Gourmet Guy skip in all cards. We actually don't even choose to do it in the all cards route that I do. We do Blue House skip instead and do Chapter 5 before Chapter 4, which messes with some triggers. But the Gourmet Guy skip is sort of a random trick, so Glitchless has it made, pretty much. It's not that it's like random, it's just inconsistent. You can like line yourself up perfectly and it just does not seem to work for whatever reason. And here I actually still end up saving time, even though in my PB I got good RNG with that guy that first struck me and made me lose a life stream, so somehow we're still gaining, like, saving time. Dodging this Pyro guy right here, that can be a pain, because he's really fast. When Pyro guys spot you, they speed up considerably. And so like on the way back, I'm actually gonna delay my spin, just in case. And I spin like right when he notices me, so like in that case, he wouldn't be able to catch up even if he was in a worse position. At least in any case I've found to this point. And now we're just gonna make our way to Green Station. So Pink Station, pretty quick. Green Station is by far the fastest though. And I'm gonna do like a really cool series of movements. You'll see what I mean in just a second here, but wow, I missed the little time saver. Screwed up that jump. But Green Station is like really cool, cause it's actually not even required. If you know the order that you're supposed to hit these colored boxes in, you don't have to do anything. Now on the way down, I'm gonna hit the red switch and then hit them in the order yellow, green, red, blue. So the switch is already pressed to go to Red Station, and I just triggered Red Station, or like made it possible for us to go to Red Station. As I said, Green Station's not even required. If you've already done this part in the game, you can skip everything. You're supposed to like do a little mystery, I guess, about how to solve the order that you're supposed to hit the blocks in. If you end up hitting the blocks in the wrong order, you will either have to fight a bunch of Shy Guys or you'll get some coins. Nothing too notable, but I mean, if you hit them in the wrong order, that's pretty much rip-run. As I said though, I need to get down to 1 health, and I accidentally first struck this guy. Normally you enter this battle and you're just supposed to block 1 of the 3 attacks, but since I took damage there, I have to block 2 of the 3, which I successfully do. Also, if you don't have Bo out at this point, you do need her out because she is the best partner by far for Lantern Ghost. There's actually a frame saver in Lantern Ghost that I saw FS Juicy J doing, so again, shoutouts to Juicy. I don't know if these guys are the first runners to have figured these little frame savers out, but they are the first that I noticed do them, so if not, you know, shoutouts to the whole Paper Mario community, awesome dudes. Shoutouts to Anatomies as well. He's been my go-to guy if I had any questions about the run, for the most part. The frame saver I was talking about is when you switch to Bo, you only have to do 2 slaps. So if you don't charge up all the way, you end up saving some time, because she doesn't have to go through with the rest of the animations. Now for Lantern Ghost, there are 2 strats. I end up doing the risky one because I got a really good power bounce cap here. That was a 7 cap, so best possible RNG. So I said, okay, this is awesome. My PB did not have risky Lantern Ghost. So instead of shielding with Bo, he just, since he just blew out the candle, I don't need to shield with Bo. Normally I would play it safer, but I can probably kill him on this turn with a 4 bounce. I ended up doing 5 just because I was second guessing myself. So I guess I did lose a little bit of time off optimal, but either way, I'm satisfied with that fight. That went extremely well. Also, Lantern Ghost, he can have speed ups that I was talking about earlier. And I did not get any. Well, maybe I did. I can't remember. I think I got one speed up. If you just notice, like, the video seems to be choppy around Lantern Ghost, that's likely where a speed up could happen. But we got Watt, and hammering Watt's little lantern after you beat Lantern Ghost, when you free Watt, the hitbox on that lantern to hammer it is absolutely terrible. I've missed it so many times, it's pretty sad. Anyways, we're gonna upgrade Watt right now because she can pierce enemies' defense, and that's gonna be really useful for quite a few fights later on, and General Guy in Chapter 4. So real quickly, just going straight to General Guy, and this is where I started to get like a little bit anxious for this run, because my previous runs the same day all died on General Guy around the same pace as this. Some were even better, by the way, like, I think I was a minute 40 ahead, and then I died to General Guy, and I was like, no, the run. So at this point, I'm kind of just expecting the run to die again to General Guy, because he sucks. I don't like facing General Guy. He's a cool boss, like, don't get me wrong, but in speedruns, he's just a pain. I'm actually gonna grab this shooting star right here. And this one you can get without hitting the invisible block if you position yourself really well. I did not. I took forever to get this. I lost quite a bit of time to just grab the shooting star, and I tried my best to skip it in the route, but ended up needing to do so because of a strat I used later in Chapter 6. Not having a shooting star for that conflicted, so I am gonna save that for a Chapter 6 fight. So you gotta run to this right edge here and then use Watt, and then I don't know how I did this, but apparently you can cancel Watt as soon as you bring her out. And that lets you spin into the loading zone, which saves a little bit of time, like we're talking tiny amount of frames, but I've never done that before. I ended up getting it by chance. I must have accidentally flicked the C-stick down twice without realizing it, but it worked out for me in the end. Sometimes I've noticed though, if you try to do that, like, the Shy Guys will, like, they won't get scared, so you'll have to just redo the whole Watt thing, so I don't recommend going for that. I just got it from luck, didn't even know what I was doing. Okay, but now we gotta fight General Guy's army of Shy Guys, and the first one is just taken out with a normal jump and an electro dash. We can do that in one turn because we are in peril with Mega Rush, the overpowered badge that is Mega Rush. To kill these guys in one turn, they both have 7 health, so we're gonna do Starstorm, which is the Star Spirit ability we got in Chapter 3. And that's gonna kill them both in one turn, of course. Notice how laggy it is. This just goes to show how bad this fight is in terms of lag. It's so slow. There's also quite a bit of lag when I use Power Shock on the next dude. These Shy Stacks is what they're called. You can kill the first one in one turn, so assuming you don't get a speed up and you can hit the jump action command correctly, you'll be fine. But the second guys we can definitely not kill on the same turn, so we end up doing Power Shock to paralyze them, and that lets us stay in peril without dying. Well, of course it does. You know what I mean. And look how laggy this is, like, ugh, it's too much lag. And luckily no speed ups up to this point, so we are in good shape for General Guy. So now the actual boss fight, I guess. I'm gonna use my Repel Gel that I got in Chapter 3 because I need to stay at 1 health, and this guy has 40 health. We gotta deal, like, a lot of damage in order to kill him before I die. And I just lost my life stream to that RNG encounter earlier, so I cannot make any mistakes. If you do lose that life stream or if you don't lose that live stream earlier, then it can be used for this fight because General Guy, you know, the speed ups, it can be a pain. But I got a 4 power bounce, which is all I need. The problem is messing it up because if you get a speed up in between all that, you're in trouble. I went for another power bounce here, but I got a little speed up towards the end of the power bounce and it messed up my 4th command. Normally you just do a typical jump, but had I done that 1 more damage and gotten 1 more power bounce out of that, I could have killed him a turn early. And the only reason I could have possibly done that is because I got the risky Lantern Ghost strats, so I had more flower points available for this fight. But either way, still a great like ending of Chapter 4. Everything after General Guy or Gourmet Guy went really well. Aside from grabbing the shooting star, that was the worst part. Chapter 4 very quick if you know what you're doing, actually. Like, sitting here commentating this, I never realized just how fast we get done with chapters. I guess when you're in the moment of speedrunning something, it's just a different feeling. And look at how far ahead I already am, just from Chapter 4 being really nice to me. In my previous PB, I ended up messing up the General Guy power bounce, so I had to make up some backup strats on the fly. They ended up working, but, I mean, I lost a lot of time. So that's where most of the time save is. Also, Risky Lantern Ghost saved me some time. And movement in general was, you know, not bad. Starting off this Peach intermission, I gotta give a shout out to my buddy, Martin Purr's streams. Yeah, like, I know, his name has no vowels, it's hard to say, it's like Martin Purr's streams, but when we were doing a glitchless race, this was I want to say my second glitchless race, and I was just with a bunch of friends. With, in my day we had Dirt, Jercrow, Triple Agent, and Martin, and Lore. Lore was commentating. And, I ended up getting to Chapter 5 before everyone else, and I said, okay guys, time to bake a cake in Japanese, because last time, for my first glitchless race, I misread the instructions on the route, so I messed up the cake. Since I can't read Japanese, I didn't know what I was doing, so I didn't know exactly what I messed up. And I was scared about it, so I was like, okay guys, gotta bake a cake in Japanese. And my friend Martin just goes, "Bakeroo the cakeroo," and I don't even know why. It's not funny, it was a silly thing, but it's like an inside joke between us now. And he's gonna love me for saying it in this commentary, so there you go, Martin. Hope you're happy. Anyways, though, we do have to bake a cake in Japanese. The reason that people screw up on this is because on the route it says, for the second step, it's the far left and the far right. However, it doesn't care to say that the far right is pertaining to the table. The far right, like the actual far right, is cleanser. So you make a cleanser cake on accident if you don't know. And I didn't know, so I made a cleanser cake. And this is one of the longer Peach scenes, probably the longest next to the Chapter 6 intermission. And there are a couple things to keep in mind. So, like, first of all, you gotta know the steps. So this is the far left, far right part I was talking about. Notice I go to the far right, but not like the super far right. I grab the butter instead of the cleanser. We're good. But like the thing to mainly keep in mind is when you are cooking the cake in the oven, and you have to bake it for 30 seconds, okay? But you do have a little bit of like they give you some leniency for this. You can do it between about 25 and 35, I think. So speedrunners, you know, we want to like waste the least amount of time possible, but I looked at my time save and I was like, okay, I've never truly tested to see if 25 seconds will work. So I did like 27 or 28 seconds instead, just to be safe. So maybe I lost 3 seconds here, who knows. Either way, we ended up successfully baking the cake, so I'm happy with that, you know? So, just a little personal thing, like, as a kid, this was my least favorite Peach intermission, because I always, like, feared the moment when we gave Gourmet Guy the cake. I was just afraid that he would not like my cake. I don't know why, man. I did not like this part of the game. I did not want to go rebake the cake. So I was very into the fact that Gourmet Guy better like the cake, you know? And thank goodness that they just teleport you to the Gourmet Guy room. Because no one wants to walk with a cake and dodge all the guards. So, you know what? Props to Nintendo. Thank you. Thank you, Nintendo, for that. And Gourmet Guy liked our cake, so yay, that's good. And we're gonna start off chapter 5, which, again, as a kid was actually my favorite, so that might also be why I did not like this Peach intermission. I just wanted to get to chapter 5 already. Either way, he was satisfied, so he's gonna just tell us about what Mario needs to do next so that Twink can relay that information to us. Rinse and repeat process every time. We know what's gonna happen next. Peach is gonna get captured. Twink's gonna leave. And we're gonna start a new chapter. And this next chapter is actually one that, it's probably the worst as far as dodging encounters goes. Like, yeah, the chapter 4 one had some RNG moments, but I would say overall chapter 5 is the worst as far as encounters is concerned. Chapter 4 has harder bosses though, so that's why it still is my least favorite in speedruns. Okay, but Muscular is gonna give us Chill Out, which is a Star Spirit ability that will reduce enemies' attacks by 3, or their attack power by 3, which actually does get used in this run, because I got an unlucky strat in one of the future mini-bosses. So it was kind of like a backup strat to use Chill Out. Okay, so Twink, please hurry up talking so we can go inside a whale. Yeah, that's the next step, guys. One thing that I didn't know until recently, that's kind of an obvious fact, is that if you ground pound the whale, it only takes one hit to make him like start this cutscene. I used to always do 3 hammers because I thought that was the way to do it, but it wasn't. So shoutouts to Jerkro for actually pointing that out to me, because I did not know better. Okay, anyways, we gotta fight Fuzzypede, and he's just gonna jump around, so I'm gonna try my best to be in his way and start the encounter. Sometimes you can jump and hit him while he's in midair, which does save some frames. I tried it in this case, but did not get it. I was a little bit off, but we're gonna do Power Shock, because he is very, very vulnerable to paralysis, actually. And so that's gonna make it so that, first of all, we're gonna be able to dish out damage easily, and second of all, his animations will not go through, because he can't attack, he's paralyzed. And paralysis, if you can do it, is one of the fastest strats, because, again, enemies, when they can't attack you, that saves a lot of animation speed time. The problem is, sometimes Power Shock is RNG. In this fight, I've never had problems with it, but there are some fights later on that do require Power Shock. Well, not like require, I choose to do it, but they're kind of RNG based. Power Shock, it's great if it works, but if it doesn't work, you're gonna lose time. So it's like an unfortunate trade-off. Riskier strats, I'm willing to take that risk in a few fights, but not every single one. Alright, so we are riding this whale to Lavalava Island, and also something that's kind of interesting to note. You may have noticed that Colorado, he's that Koopa guy that just jumped on the whale with us. During that cutscene, he actually has a dialogue available for a few frames. If you press A during that, you will softlock the game. And that would be a terrible way to lose a good run. So don't press A during that cutscene, like just don't. Don't just meet that terrible fate, you know? Okay, but we are on Yoshi's Island pretty much. Jade Jungle, I think it's officially called. And we need to go to Yoshi's Village and investigate the volcano, because that is where Gourmet Guy told us that the Star Spirit is being held. And Colorado, I'm trying to get a repel gel, by the way. It's in an invisible block right there. You can choose to get it later, but there are some fuzzies on the beach that can attack you, so in this case it's safer to get it when no one's there, just in case you screw up. I'm all for less potential for error. But anyways, we have to go to the volcano to rescue the next Star Spirit, because that's what Gourmet Guy told us. And Chapter 5, another huge laggy chapter. I mean, it's not like bad in fights like Chapter 4, but in general, there's a lot of lag. By the way, you can spin for 1 frame during that cutscene. I did manage to get it a little bit, I think, and so that just moves you a few pixels more towards the right, which is where we need to be going next. Talk to Colorado there. That will trigger the Yoshi hide and seek thing. And I grabbed a jam and jelly there. We're gonna need that for after a fight to restore some flower points. As you can imagine, we don't want to be backtracking much, like going to toad houses and stuff, so it is faster to just heal up with items if you've got them. And somehow, like, my spin stopped in the middle. I don't know how that's possible, but it happened there. So yeah, that's a glitch, man. This run's dead. It's not official. I'm just kidding, but like, I don't know, there was some weird stuff as far as movement's concerned. I mean, that was just time loss, so that was bad. But it was weird. So we have sushi now, and that's gonna let us do the hide and seek, because basically what's going on is the baby Yoshi kids, they all went into the jungle without their parents' permission. And they're playing hide and seek, and they're all in danger now, so we have to go rescue them, because we're Mario. That's what we do. The first one we're gonna go to is the one on the left here. So we're gonna just jump on this dock, switch to Bombette because we need her for a fight. And we're gonna use that Thunder Rage that we got from Chapter 4 on this fight. And for some reason, I don't know why. I have a couple theories as to why, but apparently there is a possibility that you will softlock after this fight. And by the way, if you don't know what a softlock is, it's basically where the game, like something goes wrong in the game, and you are basically restricted from moving. You lose the run. You have to reset. There's nothing you can do. The only thing I can think of for the case of that fight is like enemy NPCs can push you out of bounds. So maybe while that bush is jumping out at you, it might be able to push Mario into one of the other bushes, and you get stuck in that bush's hitbox, which means you can't move. So I don't know if that's the case. It's probably something else, but that does make sense to me, at least. It's pretty lame. I know Juicy has lost a run to softlocking at that ambush. So has Anatomies, and I feel for them, man, because this is quite a bit of time into the run, and losing it to something like that is pretty lame. Speaking of lame things, this spear guy right here, there is a 90% chance that he will encounter you. That was basically unavoidable. And I'm just gonna scale this real quick so I can save a Yoshi with Watt. It is faster to do that part blind if you can, because you cannot spin while you're holding Watt. So like whenever it's super dark, if you can, try your best to do it without Watt. It's really hard because you can't see. It's actually brighter on my capture card than it is on the TV. So you just have to know your way around. Maybe, okay, this is actually a good idea. I haven't tested this, but maybe if you turn up your TV brightness, you can get away with it, because I think everything's still loaded without Watt, but I'm not sure. That'd be cool if you could use the TV brightness to your advantage, though. Okay, so we saved 3 Yoshis already. I mean, we're on good pace. However, going into this room. Okay, first of all, I'm gonna switch to Bombette because another fight coming up, and I said, all right, let me just do it now so I don't forget. But I'm gonna try to lure this guy around, and I was almost successful, except that he poked me with this spear right at the last possible like second, and that ended up making me encounter him. So I lost about 10 seconds to that. That one was my fault. I mean, a little bit unlucky that he poked me, but I mean, I can't just blame RNG all day, right? Next up is the cute little yellow Yoshi. Man, I love the Yoshis in this game. They're so cute. Okay. Back to the speedrun, because, you know, we can't talk about this. We're hardcore, right? We're gonna do Starstorm and Power Bomb. And that's gonna be, like, the main ways of dealing out massive damage to multiple enemies for pretty much the rest of the game is Starstorm, Power Bomb. It does 13 damage, which is a lot for every enemy in one turn, and we'll take it. That'll kill pretty much anything. The only exception to that I can think of is possibly Duplighosts. Yeah, there are different strats for those now that I think about it, but either way, we saved the Yoshi, yay. Now we gotta go save one more, and I barely dodged that guy on the way back. And that was a dumb menuing error. I accidentally, like, tapped down one too many times, and Goombario decided he wanted to join the run again, and so I guess I lied when I said Goombario would no longer be seen. Because he did have his little moment right there. Goombario pretty much just, like, popped out, motivated me, and, you know, that's the reason that this run got PBs, because of Goombario right there. I think that's what happened. Now that we saved all the Yoshis, though, we gotta go back to Yoshi's village and speak with the Elder, because he is quite happy with our deeds. And this is cool movement right here. Nice little cancels. Perfect movement. I've never done that before, so I was like, yes, that was nice. And he's gonna give us the Jade Raven, and the Jade Raven is basically our key to gaining access to the volcano. And by the way, everything that you've seen up to this point, after getting sushi, is skippable in all cards and any glitched category, actually. There is a Yoshi and Raphael skip, so it basically lets you go straight to the volcano, which is a ton of time save, and that was bad movement. I was just talking about how good it was a second ago. That was bad, so I just like lost any time I could have made up from the good movement. But yeah, the Yoshi and Raphael skip, that was found by Flare. But it's kind of a messed up trick, because you skip saving the Yoshis and they never return. So it's kind of dark, like a glitch actually kills some Yoshis. This is why Glitchless is the best category, right guys? Gotta save all those Yoshis. In this room, you have to move these blocks over certain holes so that you can move this giant rock by, like, with water pressure. I'm covering all the holes up on the way because it is faster, so this is the fastest possible way of doing this. And once that rock disappears, there's gonna be a giant fountain, right? We can push another block that we just covered up, and it'll make the fountain pop up over there. So that actually lets us pass, because while that fountain is in the way, Mario cannot make it past the loading zone. Grab that 4th vine to gain access to this room, and now we got another fight. So this fight is another Starstorm Power Bomb, which is, as I said, our fastest way of dealing damage. I almost did chill out there, so good thing I reacted to that, because that would have been bad had I used the wrong Star Spirit ability. We would be in a world of hurt. But of course that was not the case in this run, so yay, we are safe. And this is gonna put us at a really nice 99 star points. So if you end up failing the fright jar earlier, and you have to kill the guys, you will get star points from them. And that'll make you level up there, so it is important to know what you have to level up next, pretty much at any point. Also, I guess if you fail the fuzzy minigame, and have to fight the fuzzy, but that's pretty much a reset for me. Fright jar, it's 40 seconds, but you can usually make that up. We just have to scale this tree for a while. So it's just quick spin jumps for the movement. And it was pretty solid movement for the most part there. And we have to talk to Raphael, because he's got a little team of ravens, and they're gonna help us gain access to the volcano. So we saved all the Yoshis, and now we are talking to, like, I guess this guy's in charge of the jungle or something. It's hinted towards in the playthrough. At least, like, in the dialogue at some point. I don't quite understand why, because he's just a big fat raven. But whatever, I mean, we'll take it. He helps us out, he gives us the Ultra Stone, which, by the way, we don't use. The Ultra Stone is a key item that allows us to upgrade partners twice instead of just once. But we do not need to upgrade any partners twice, it's just too slow, it's not worth it. Like, you can end up dealing some more damage with Paracarry, but, I mean, getting to a super block, that takes some time. And upgrading the partner itself takes some time, so it's been calculated that it's not quite worth it. I just gotta say, by the way, this music is some of the best in Chapter 5. I like the bass. Okay, back to the game. So, Raphael is going to build us a little contraption that will let us use a pulley to get over to the volcano. And I guess not Raphael himself, but the ravens, his little henchmen, they're gonna do all the work for us. And Colorado is, of course, the archaeologist that is joining us, so he's gonna walk on by. Say, what's up, Mario? What you doing? And Colorado, one of my favorite characters because of Chapter 5. There's a lot of stupid things that he'll do, and unfortunately, I don't get to really share that much, but I'll try to talk about it. But since we skip dialogue in this, it's... So I suppose that is a downside to speedrunning as opposed to casual. You don't get as much as the story. But if you already know it, I guess it's not that big of a deal. Again, I've played this game way too many times, so I kind of have it known for the most part. And that'll do it. Gold split in the volcano, because I did not do that faster strategy with the blocks and the fountains. I didn't learn that until recently, so that's probably why I saved so much time. Overall, that was half-decent movement. Like, it was nothing terrible, but... I mean, the good and the bad movement balanced it out. And Colorado just burned himself. And right there I had to do some quick platforming, because you can actually make that first platform cycle, but it's pretty strict on timing. And it's easy to miss, and if you miss it, that's 20 seconds. But we got it, so we're good. And another thing is a routing difference that I made very recently is we skip Fire Shield. You normally have to grab this badge along the pulley, which wastes about 8 or 9 seconds. Something like that. And it's, you know, it's just free time. Grab that invisible life shroom because I'm going to be doing riskier strats for Lava Piranha, and I could use it for later in case I get away with the risky strats without dying. And that was another really nice movement trick. That's called the lava puzzle skip, or also known as the half-baked pie jump. By the way, these things were like called the pie jumps, those things in Chapter 1, because they were found by speedrunner I Ate Your Pie. So yeah, it's not just like we're pulling stupid names from wherever. Actually we are, but okay. That is not considered a glitch because it's, again, just using a hitbox to our advantage. This game was not made structurally that well. It's in 64 days, so we can cut him some slack, but, you know, it's just... There's a little bit of silliness in some of the hitboxes. We already got the Ultra Hammer. We're already done with most of Volcano, to be honest. And Colorado gets ahead of himself, jumps off, gets hurt. so we don't care. We're just gonna go right past them. And this is Indiana Jones right here, so we gotta run away from this steel block. And next up, I actually have to get into Peril because for Lava Piranha strats, I need to be at 1 health because Mega Rush is awesome. And you can cancel the end of the getting stung animation by opening a menu. So opening that menu was actually the only mistake I made throughout all of Volcano, and this volcano was absolutely amazing. I've never had a volcano this good before. It was awesome. And this is where I started to get really nervous, was after the Chapter 5 split. Because I was like, dang, this is real. This run right here is real. Alright, now this takes forever. There is actually a glitch to skip this, but of course in Glitchless we can't do that. Because unlike the other hitbox little tricks, this would involve a clip, which is considered by definition a glitch. And this takes quite a bit of time, so we're just pushing this block all the way over here so that we can break some blocks and make a spiky block go break the wall. And a little movement trick I'm going to do with this spiky block as it's falling is I'm going to position myself next to the loading zone that will be available for access. I can't really think of a word for this, but yeah, like, I just want to be right there when it's open so I can enter this room as soon as possible. You can switch to bow while Colorado is about to talk to you, so that saves some frames. And the reason I switched to bow is because I need her for risky Lava Piranha strats. And if you haven't noticed by now, we do no saves, like, no optional saves throughout the run. By optional, I mean the only saves that we'll do is at Peach scenes. Alright, so the Lava Piranha fight. This was my favorite boss as a kid. I would say now it's probably the boss of Chapter 7. But, I don't know, I just like this guy. He's cool. And he was very difficult too. Like, he's got 40 health for both of his phases. And he can attack 3 times in 1 turn. So for risky strats, I need a 7 cap, and I actually got it. So after already having such a great volcano in terms of movement and the half-baked pie jump, this was super exciting for me. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is gonna be an awesome best split. Summer best is gonna go crazy. So yeah, I need a 7 cap and a 4 cap, or 2 5s. 6 and 4 will not work on Lava Piranha's case, so it is actually hard to get risky strats, kinda. You need pretty good RNG. I got away with it, so that's nice. That makes up for all that Speedy Spin bullcrap earlier, right? I guess we can say that. Anyways, phase 2, it's the same regardless of risky or safe strats. Remember that snowman doll we picked up in Chapter 4? Yeah, we're gonna use that. And the snowman doll is my favorite item in the entire game. Look how incredibly happy this dude is to be just mercilessly bringing death to the Lava Piranha. If you have that face of just like satisfaction while you are killing people, I'm scared of you, man. Like, that snowman is the best. Okay, but my stupidity aside, the Lava Piranha fight goes really well. Phase 2 is really easy. It's just snowman doll switch to sushi, then jump and belly flop. Of course, Colorado's gonna burn his butt because he's dumb. And also, for this next turn here, he's gonna be all fiery again. So we're gonna use sushi to squirt, and that's going to render Lava Piranha useless once again. And we're gonna kill him this turn. So perfect Lava Piranha fight. No issues there. And that'll do it. So this was, again, a great volcano, but I know most people split as soon as the Star Spirit card is grabbed, and that's what I do for most other chapters. I think actually every chapter, other than this one. And the reason is because Chapter 5 has a unique little twist to it at the end. You actually have to escape the volcanic eruption, and that is, like, to me, I don't find this to be the end of Chapter 5 until we escape the volcano. So I don't split until the Peach Intermission just about starts. And we're gonna save Mistar here, and her ability is Smooch. She can restore 20 health, I think. Don't know why I just blanked there, but yeah, she can restore 20 health, and that's pretty nice. It can be used as a backup strat, but I don't believe I needed to use it in this run. So either way, we still saved the Star Spirit, which is the ultimate goal. And Chapter 5 was quick, like, we got to Lava Piranha in under 4 minutes upon entering the volcano. And that's why I just can't get over how absolutely impressive this split was. Especially to me, like, I was not expecting to improve my volcano this much. But I'm really happy with it. It was a great Chapter 5. I mean, the beginning of Chapter 5 wasn't so hot, but the end of it was awesome. And Colorado's dumb. He thinks that instead of the volcano erupting, it's just fireworks, so he jumps down there. Colorado, man. Whatever, dude. Anyways, we gotta switch to Bombette so we can blow up this wall, and that will let us escape the volcano. And something kind of interesting is that there is a Lava Piranha skip in any percent and any percent no wrong warp. And for some reason, those cutscenes do not trigger if you do the skip. Only this one is triggered, so like, even though you technically save Mistar, when you enter that room without grabbing the Star Spirit card, Mistar is not there, but Colorado is. That's always something kind of interesting I found about a glitch in this game. Along with the eruption was a treasure chest, and we actually do need to go get this treasure chest to make progress in the game. And look at that gold split, dude. Saved more than 1 minute and 2 seconds, and some of that was Lava Piranha because I did not get risky strats in my PB. But, dude, that volcano in general was so sick. Alright, but I'm done talking about the Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is done. We're starting up Chapter 6, which is, not that great. Chapter 4 is my least favorite to speedrun, but Chapter 6, it's like, naturally boring. It's a lot of fetch quests, like, you know the backtracking in Chapter 4 that people don't like? In Chapter 6, they like, take that to a whole new level, and it's very confusing knowing where to go. Even to this day, I still mess up silly things like just going the wrong way. That's what I did in my PB, so I can save a bunch of time here. And, I don't know, it was just... Learning Chapter 6 in the speedrun was probably the worst. There's a lot to it, and it's just... It's very tedious in some cases. It's probably the longest chapter in the speedrun. Okay, but what's going on here? There is apparently a quiz, the 64th annual, and... As Princess Peach, you are supposed to be answering these questions, but all I do is I end up just tapping A through the whole thing, until question 10. And the reason being is that there's no reason to get any of the questions right, because at the end of it, if you win, the Hammer Bro will give you a jam and jelly. And we don't need this jam and jelly, so that wastes some time. So I'm just gonna mash my way through this whole entire quiz, and what's funny about that is you can win the quiz by just mashing A and answering the first option every single time. So that's why on the 10th question I'm going to purposely choose the second answer, and that's going to be incorrect. So that means that I will fail the quiz, no one gets the special prize, but I still get the parasol, which is what we need to progress. That's just a consolation prize, so you win that no matter what. And Bowser, he's late to the party, but he wants to join in the fun. Unfortunately, we're gonna get captured again. But throughout that quiz, you end up learning more about Chapter 6, which is, like, sort of just a hint towards what you're supposed to do next. And now, we are officially out of Chapter 5 territory. Well, not the territory itself, but, like, Chapter 5 is done, it's complete. Mistar here is telling Colorado he's a moron and that he shouldn't be sad because he didn't get the treasure. That was his main goal in going to the volcano, and we actually need to go give him that treasure. First of all, because it'll make him feel better, and second of all, because he has a magical seed. In fact, the last magical seed. And the reason we were collecting those is so that we could enter Chapter 6. And now that we have to enter Chapter 6, we gotta get that last one from Colorado. there was a little movement trick. You can spin cancel off the branch of that tree, saving some frames. You know we like to do that. So into the jungle once more. And inside that treasure chest is the volcano vase. And so that's the artifact Colorado was after, apparently. And we're gonna go give it to him, because we're cool like that, you know? This is kind of a, Chapter 6, I would see it as a boring part of the game. Commentary is gonna be at like an all-time low, so if you thought my commentary was bad at this point, it's gonna be a lot worse until Chapter 7 starts. Mainly because Chapter 6 is kind of a drag. It's a lot of back and forth, so it's kind of self-explanatory. I can tell you, but it's gonna kind of just be repeating the same things that you see on screen. So the commentary is not gonna add too much, so I do apologize for that, but I'll try my best to elaborate on some things or just talk about whatever. I already did this, but it is absolutely crucial that you switch to para-carry before riding the whale. And the reason is because we have a Junior Troopa fight immediately after departing, or not departing, but getting back to Toad Town. You have no time to switch partners or anything, you are fighting Junior Troopa. And that's not too big of a deal, except for the fact that Junior Troopa will now have both the bat wings and he'll have a spike on his head. So the dude like evolved or something, and he is very, very difficult to actually kill unless you prepare for this beforehand. So remember those extra Thunderbolts we bought all the way back in Chapter 2. Those are going to be used here. Mainly because it's Mario's fastest way of dealing damage to Junior Troopa. We could use Starstorm, but it's a very long animation compared to the Thunderbolts. And Shell Shot is the fastest animation possible and can hit Junior Troopa, so we'll take it. So Junior Troopa's little doggy paddling feet, I love him, but he is very, very tuckered out now because he just swam across the entire ocean twice. And that's kind of an interesting thing because they're gonna break the fourth wall here, and a video game character just referenced his own health. Wow. So he's only got 20 instead of 40, which is really nice because this fight can be really annoying if you don't know what's going on. And it's just a two-turn fight. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but before the eruption, I equipped Hardpoint Plus, and that's because enemies just got a lot tougher. But I still need to refrain from upgrading health because I need 10 Hardpoint strats for Bowser. We are intentionally doing it with 10 health. Not because I think it's a cool challenge or whatever, although it is, but it's faster with these strats. So I still need the 15 health though for some boss fights because while it is faster for Final Bowser, it's not faster for like the boss of Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, and a couple mini bosses here and there. So we're just going to the flower garden in the main area of Toad Town, and we're gonna give Miss T here her magical seeds. Oh wow, I just got that, dude. Miss T, like Misty, correct? She waters flowers, I guess? That is dumb. Good job, Nintendo. I really hope that's her name now that I've just talked about that, cause... Oh no, it's not. It's Minty. I'm so stupid. There should be a Miss T. I actually think there is, but I don't remember which toad it is. But yeah, this is Minty. So she's Minty. I don't know what that means, but whatever. See what I was telling you guys? The commentary is gonna hit like an all-time low. I was not lying. So we gotta open this door, go to Chapter 6, which is a drag. Don't like it. And upon entering, Wise Wisterwood is going to talk to us for far too long. Dude, even the Chapter 6 music makes me feel, like, depressed or something. I don't know what kind of feelings they were trying to bring out during Chapter 6, but honestly, all I feel is bored. The next step that I have to do is switch to Mombette, though. I'm gonna do that at the next possible time, which is now. And the reason is because we have to fight a bunch of Monty moles, and it's gonna be our fastest way of dealing spread damage, of course, with Power Bomb. I grabbed a stinky herb right there, because it's going to restore 5 flower points, which I do need for these fights. Okay, so let's talk to Petunia right here. And she is having a rough time because these moles are messing with her roots, apparently. So, dumb storyline, good job. Chapter 6, I'll give it creativity points, but it's kind of lame. Alright, so for the first fight, we are just going to power jump and power bomb. We choose power jump in this case because there's only one mole. No use in wasting all that animation time with a star storm or anything like that. And power jump is actually faster than regular jumping because instead of doing 2 bounces, you just do 1. And that's animation times. For the second fight, there are 3 of them, so we are going to do Starstorm Powerbomb. That is the go-to, once again, the go-to, like, series of moves to kill enemies really fast. And these guys each have 12 health each. Yeah. And also, they each do 3 attack base damage, which is not very much at all. Which is kind of weird because you'd think at this point in the game enemies would be a little bit more difficult, and they are, I guess, because they have 12 health, which is quite a bit, but it's really nothing too much more difficult than what we've been seeing in Chapter 5. The piranhas are not much worse. So again, with these 4, it's Starstorm Powerbomb because there are 4 of them, and we are going to level up after this. Now, in the other route, like in the one that most people have been using, you upgrade health here. But as I said, we're not going to do that, so we're going to upgrade badge points instead. And the reason is because that's the 3 badge points that... Oh, I'm sorry, we do flower points. I got mixed up. And that's going to be nice because it's going to let us do some... let us do some extra special moves without needing recovery items. Which is big, because that'll save some time. I could end up skipping one of the maple syrups all the way back in Boo's Mansion, actually, in doing this. For these 2 moles, it's faster to not use Starstorm. So we just do power bounce, or power jump twice. And that's gonna do it for these mole fights, and that's, the majority of the fights in Chapter 6, to be honest. There's only 4 more left throughout the chapter. We need to grab a red berry because the beginning of Chapter 6, the theme is you gotta collect the colored berries and you have to give them to like the gate guard of their respective color. So right here is the red gate guard, so we're gonna give him the red berry. And this is also nicknamed as the death room, and you're gonna see why. This bee right here, he's very hard to dodge if you don't have strats. And that rough puff, not much better. It's a very narrow walkway, so it's easy to get encounters here. And I will be walking through here with 1 health in the future. So if you get first struck by that bee, you're done. Unless you have a live shroom and you just burn it there. And we did all that to get the yellow berry to give to this yellow gate guard. And this is basically our next objective. We gotta go talk to Lily, and Lily is all dried up because her spring was apparently gone, like all the water was drained for some reason. I think the storyline behind this is that there's people that are making it super cloudy in flower fields, and like at the same time they also took away the water stone, which is like the source of what this spring should be, and they took it away and gave it to someone else apparently. So we gotta go reclaim it, and that's what that yes no selection is asking for. It's like, can you please do it for me? Even if you say no, you end up doing it, so I don't quite understand what her line of logic is, but apparently we get locked into doing stuff anyway. So we get a blueberry, and that's going to be for the blue gate, which is, of course, our next step. And that'll do it for the berries. Well, never mind, there's still a bubble berry. And the bubble berry is much later in the chapter, actually. So right here, we give him the blueberry, and we're gonna go to the maze in Chapter 6. Knowing your way around the hedge maze is really important, but before we do that, we have to fight some Lakitus. So who else would be a better fitting enemy to spawn clouds on flower fields, right? The Lakitus. Now with this fight, I'm gonna get into peril. So we're gonna do power jump on that guy and shell shot on the second. We don't want to kill these guys in one turn because if you kill any of these enemies, the Lakitus have a chance of spawning more Spinies for their turn instead of throwing them at Mario. So this is a guaranteed way of getting into peril if you block the right number of attacks. I did, so we're in peril now. And now we're gonna use the shooting star. And because we did 6 damage to each Lakitu before this, it'll kill them and the Spinies. So that's a really, really cool strat for that fight. And the reason I use shooting star, this is why we grabbed that shooting star in chapter 4, is because Lakalester is a future boss, a little mini boss. And for a backup strat we need to use chill out, but we're not gonna have enough star power for that unless we use a shooting star as opposed to Starstorm. During this cutscene, there is actually a minor lag spike, and for some reason, that can crash the game. Lag spikes in general can, and the lag spikes are more and more severe depending on how long you've been playing this game without going to the main menu or resetting the console. So that's actually kind of a way of determining whether or not runs are segmented, is if you can see lag spikes at certain areas in the game, then that kind of explains that like it hasn't been segmented, because if you go back to the main menu, it fixes it. And this was risky of me. I went for it, and Death Room, it got me, man. I didn't die because I didn't get first struck, but I got an encounter, which is bad. But back to the lag spike thing. Lag spikes are actually a byproduct of scripting errors. And the problem is that certain cutscenes that are required for this game, they have like scripts in them or something that do not get taken out, or they don't get canceled. So at this point in the game, we have a lot of background scripts running, and this can start to slow down the frame rate a little bit and cause some lag spikes in unwanted areas. So that's how you kind of know, because these scripting errors are fixed at the main menu, because the main menu does a full scripting refresh as opposed to other refreshes in this game. So it does speed up the frame rate actually if you segment a run, which is pretty interesting because that's like something that you would really not know unless you put a lot of time into this game. And as a glitch hunter, like on the side, I enjoy glitch hunting for this game. It's just like a lot of cool stuff is found, and I don't know, it's unique. Scripting errors causing frame rate spikes in Paper Mario, that's a thing. Who would have thought? But anyways, we just did a bunch of backtracking, and we got the Water Stone, which we're gonna return to Lily. By the way, that was Rosie that we gave the Crystal Berry to. And also another thing that's been going on that I haven't really talked about is when we talk to certain flowers, they give you like items. So Posey gave us the fertile soil, Petunia gave us the magical bean, and when we talk to Lily here, she's gonna give us the mystic water. Wait, mystic water? Am I thinking Pokemon? She gives us the miracle water, I think. It's one of the two. I can't remember. One of them's a hold item in Pokemon, one of them's this. And dude, that split though, like, we just saved 2 minutes and 5 seconds because I went the right way this time. So that's how big of a deal that mistake was, and I could have saved even more because that rough buff encounter in the Death Room. So this could still be improved, definitely. But there it is. That's the water thing I was talking about. And now that we filled up the spring, we can use Sushi to go hit the tree and then get the Bubble Berry, which is what we need to go to access another part of this chapter that we have not been to yet. And this is most of the way done with chapter 6, which is nice, because I don't like chapter 6. And okay, this was actually a mistake on my part. I looked at my flower points and I said, okay, wait, I only have 10 left, I think I need more. I just second guessed myself because this was one of my first times going through chapter 6 with this route. So I grabbed a blueberry and ate it for 5 flower points just to be safe. In the end, I ended up not needing to do that. You know, I was playing it safe, but that did waste like 10 to 12 seconds. And you can kind of tell, like, based on my movement, I definitely appeared to have second-guessed myself. I went back. Okay, but we gave the bubble berry to this plant, and he is gonna summon, what? A bubble. And this is kind of lame, so there's a bee right after this, and this bee, like that Shy Guy in Chapter 4, is RNG based. There is a chance that you will encounter him no matter what. We got away with it this time, which is cool, because RNG with that Shy Guy was lame. But honestly, getting bad RNG with the Shy Guy, that wastes a lot more time than it does with the bee. Okay, but I'm gonna blow up the rock with Bombette and climb up these steps while waiting for that to happen. And this is the Tower of the Sun, which has really cool music, by the way. Oh, a little known factoid. Like, after you make Flower Fields sunny again, if you come back to the Sun Tower, the music is different, and like, hardly anyone knows what this soundtrack sounds like, so maybe I'll play it. Maybe I will play it for this. When it's sunny Flower Fields, I'll probably do that. Or maybe we'll just play it right now during the Lavalava fight. Let's do that. I did not know about this until I started speedrunning, to be honest. That soundtrack. Okay, so here's Power Shock on Lavalava. This is one of the RNG moments, and I got unlucky. So this is where I use Chill Out, because now this fight just got a lot tougher, and my heart was pounding at this point, because right here, I have to block all of his attacks, and I've always been a little bit inconsistent at blocking his attacks. It's slightly different timing from the other Lakitus, and I don't know, man, with 6 minutes ahead of PB pace on a great run so far, still with at least 2 minutes to save for free, I was like adrenaline was going, man. I was scared though. I was like, oh, don't miss the block. Okay, got it. And then, I ended up still needing to do it one more time. Failure to block this will result in a death. Wait, hold up. I still have a live stream though, because I got Risky Lava Piranha, so, huh. I didn't realize it at the time, but it probably would have made my nerves a little bit more calm. But okay, either way, we still succeeded in the fight. Even though the faster strats did not work out, we're okay. Lavalava is the final partner in this game, so we're done with partners once he joins us up in just a second here. By the way, this chick, I think it's his girlfriend, she's gonna ask a yes or no question. You have to answer yes. If you say no, she's gonna throw a spiky at you, and it takes some time. And then Lavalava, or I guess Spike, that's his nickname, but he asks another question, and the second option has the least amount of text. And it's for world peace anyway. He asks you why you fight, so you decide to say world peace in a speedrun. I think that's cool. Okay, we ride Lavalava back afterwards just to dodge that bee. And I do movement spin cancels on the tree roots, and that's a little bit faster than just like, you know, normally spin jumping. This puzzle here, we are just going to hit the green and then the purple, ride Lavalava over to the red, hit the red, then hit the green, and then go right back around, and end up completing the puzzle by just hitting green and purple once more. So it's really simple once you know what to do. However, you do need to make sure you're ground pounding in the center of those panels, because like for some reason on the edges it does not register. Don't really know why, but that's just the case. We're gonna get a Thunder Rage from this hidden block right there, and switch to bow. This is very important because if you don't do this before this upcoming fight, you're gonna have a bad time. We have to hit this machine twice. Now, if you hammer a certain number of pixels away from the machine, Mario does not need to turn around when the Magic Koopa talks. So I did happen to get the sweet spot on those pixels in this run, which is nice. It's just a quick frame save. Very, very, what's the word? Like, something that you would not notice or care to look for unless you were really looking for time saves in this. But every frame counts, man, and I hope this run goes to show that, you know, like, the frames, they add up. and Paper Mario especially, with the quick jumps, all these little movement tricks with spin jumping. It all builds up, and I mean, it's in the minutes overall. For this fight, it's just using the Thunder Rage we just picked up because that's a fast animation, and then Star Storm. Power Bomb doesn't work in this case because it only works on grounded enemies, and since those Lakitus are obviously flying, we can't do Power Bomb. That's why I had to do Out of Sight with Bow so I wouldn't die. Okay, and we have to hit the machine a certain number of times. You have to hit it twice on the right, and then the rest of the times on the left. You can do this pretty quickly. You don't even have to actually move your Y position. You can do this, like once you get to a certain position, you can move just your X position, and you can hammer really fast. I did not get this in this run, but it looks really, really solid and smooth when you get it, but you know, sometimes you can't be perfect, and that's perfectly fine, because it only saves a few frames, and we saved the frames a lot so far in this run. A lot of good has happened compared to the bad. On the way back, it is faster to not use Lackluster and just spin. So we are doing that. And this next part is a little bit upsetting. This guy snipes me. Those were the reeds, man. That guy knew exactly where I was spinning. Like, as far as RNG is concerned, I'm pretty sure that was unlucky. But still, it was my fault because my angle was not very good. You want to be hugging like the bottom wall of this room eventually when you're dodging those rough puffs, and I was a little bit off, but I've never seen that, so I don't know if it was entirely my fault. Either way, we have to talk to Wise Wisterwood before we can plant all these. I don't know why, but he just has to congratulate us on and thank us for bringing the sun back out. Because that machine that we destroyed, that's actually the Puff Puff machine. It was generating all the clouds. And so we have to plant we have to put down the fertile soil first, then plant the magical bean, and then water it. Because again, I still can't remember the name of that water. And that's gonna start this long beanstalk cutscene. And this cutscene is long enough to where if you gotta take a bathroom break and you don't have to like hold B for anything, go take it when you're riding the beanstalk on the way up. Yes, we do have restroom strats for this long run. I mean, 4 hours, you know, compared to some speed games, this isn't too bad at all. But, I don't know, like, it's kind of nice to know if you have to pee, just do it during this. Why am I sharing this with you guys? Because, again, Chapter 6 is very, very boring, and I'm out of lack for things to commentate about, so you get to hear about going to the bathroom, yeah. By the way, awesome clouds, you know, that ice cream and donuts, and it's just so good. Either way, I'm actually gonna go take this loading zone and go right back. And what that's gonna do is set this cloud right here on a slightly faster cycle, because I need to ride it up. So this makes it faster, just by doing that quick loading zone trick. Shoutouts to my friend GigaDB for finding that. Super cool guy. I just grabbed the badge Super Jump Charge and put it on right away because this badge is the best, especially for late game, and the fact that we get it right before Huff is amazing because that's going to make these tougher bosses a lot easier with combination of power bounces, or in combination with power bounces. So I'm just going to charge right up. I'm going to switch to Paracarry in case I need him, because should I get a bad power bounce cap on this fight, I need to be able to use Shell Shot and do a lot of damage. Gonna charge a second turn, and I'm also gonna be getting into peril with blocks for this boss fight. So I did not block the first, meaning I have to take 4 from this. So I am trying to keep it within those, like the little 4 quadrant. And so now I take 4 and charge once more, and now I'm gonna take 5 more from his next attack. That's gonna put me in peril, so I have all this charged up abilities, or my jump supercharged, and I have Mega Rush. So we're gonna do tons of damage to Huff and Puff. And I got a 5 cap, which is perfect, because that's just enough damage. And that takes care of Huff and Puff in 4 turns, so, and at like 15 health. So very good strategy, really for anyone that's having problems with Huff and Puff. Because he is kind of a difficult boss. If you if you don't do that strategy, you end up hitting him, and then whenever you do damage, these smaller clouds pop out. And those smaller clouds can deal damage to you, and he can, like, consume the clouds and gain health back. So he's a very difficult boss fight. I know a lot of people have struggled with him when they've played this game. And that chapter 6, like after placing the water stone, it was alright. The RNG on Lavalava was bad. The RNG or my skills with dodging that one rough puff were not good. So whatever that was, I lost some time to that encounter, probably like 10 to 12 seconds from that. The rest from getting bad RNG on Lavalava. But we're back in a Peach intermission. This is probably the longest Peach intermission next to baking the cake. And this one, we're gonna be using that parasol we got last Peach intermission to our advantage, because that's actually called the sneaky parasol, and it's going to allow us to transform into anything that we face. So I turned into a Koopa Troll, and I'm gonna head up towards the just an upper room of Peach's castle. Because we have to talk to this guy, and he's having like some issues with another guy that's supposed to be on his shift or something. But he's not. He's busy sleeping outside in Peach's courtyard. We don't know why, but he is, so we're working on finding that Clubba. Since that Clubba is sleeping though, he's not gonna budge. That means we have to use the sneaky parasol and transform into that Clubba, so you see how this works out? It's clever, but it's kind of boring if you've seen this a lot, or if you're a speedrunner and you've done this literally way too many times. There is a neat little frame saver here though. As I said with unlocking doors, performing animations during that can be faster, so I transformed during that unlocking of the door. And that is faster than just transforming elsewhere. But now we are a Clubba. And we have to go all the way up to the top of the castle again. So yay, more walking and no cool movement because spins aren't possible. Yeah, we're going up to the top, and I don't even know why this Peach intermission exists. You learn nothing about the game. I think Koopa maybe says something about that we're planning for Mario. But I thought that was next intermission because this is after chapter 6. And it's after chapter 7 when they're preparing for the worst. Long story short, I have no idea why this is in the game, but whatever. I guess they just needed a filler Peach intermission, and this is kind of a cool thing. There is actually a glitch I found with this, though. If you re-trigger an earlier chapter by skipping something with another glitch, and then play the Peach scene after you get the sneaky parasol, you can, for example, bake the cake as a Koopa Troll, or a Hammer Bro, I think. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out all the way because the Koopa Troll, and I haven't tested this with the Clubba, but the Koopa Troll is not tall enough to talk to Twink to continue getting instructions, which is kind of funny. But just little fun things you can do in this game. You can also do a glitch where you can play as Peach in chapter 8. Which is absolutely insane, but it also means that you can, like the game thinks you're Mario, so you can play as Koopa Troll Peach and go talk to the Toad in Peach's castle that offers Mario to take a rest. So you can take a rest as a Koopa Troll or a Clubba, or maybe not a Clubba, but also as a Hammer Bro, which is awesome. I'm surprised that they have the animations for that, it's pretty cool. And that concludes chapter 6, thank goodness, because we are on to chapter 7, which is awesome. I love chapter 7. I've stated this many times already, chapter 7 and chapter 3 are my favorites. Partially maybe because, you know, living in Vegas, no snow. Never get to see it. We're gonna start off chapter 7 by going straight to Merlin's house, because that's how you trigger it, believe it or not. And while we're here, we're gonna grab a badge called Quick Change, and Quick Change is a very useful badge late game. It's gonna let us swap partners without using their turn. So we're definitely getting that. And if you actually ground pound over towards Merlin, it's gonna make the Quick Change spawn to the left, which is on the way back to the door conveniently, so that does save some frames to do it on the right side. And we're just gonna go straight to the sewers. Couple things here, there are some lag spikes coming up. I know on Blooper I was really worried because the game almost crashed. It was a very, very severe lag spike. As I said, they do get worse later in the game. So right when I switch to Sushi and start the Blooper fight, I don't think there's a lag spike until the fight, actually. I feel like it was when I did the first jump. Oh yeah, did you see the delay on that? That was a lot. Anyways, we're switching to Paracarry, and we're just gonna do Power Jump and Shell Shot for the rest of the fight. It's really simple at this point in the game. Usually in other categories we fight Blooper much earlier, because there is a skip to get straight to Chapter 5 after you get Paracarry. Meaning we have to do this fight in order to get to Chapter 5. But either way, I mean, just doing 12 damage a turn is plenty. So that'll do it for him. We do need to go grab the Ultra Boots though, which are in the sewers. And now that we have Lackluster, we can do that. You can grab the Ultra Boots before Huff and Puff if you want, but that would require some backtracking. And it's slower in the speedrun, since we already had the Super Boots from Chapter 3. We don't need the Ultra Boots, but in one of the other categories, at least I know for a fact any % no wrong warp, you take the time to actually leave Chapter 6 and go get the Ultra Boots. In any % no wrong warp, you end up skipping Chapter 3, meaning that you don't have boots to solve that one puzzle on the way towards the Puff Puff machine. Alright, so that's the Ultra Boots. The encounters in the sewers are kind of hard to dodge, and you can also hit that block if you jump at the last possible pixel of that ledge. So you don't need to spin jump. I think Anatomies calls that the swag jump. I've only ever gotten it once, and it was in a run that died. But it's a pretty cool looking trick. So we're grabbing that invisible maple syrup. There's also a life shroom that you can grab in the sewers, but since I got lucky with the risky lava piranha, I do not need to grab it, because I already have one. Grabbing this shooting star as well. Wow, I cannot talk. And we are going to hit all these blocks so that we can create a path to go to that blue door. And that blue door leads to none other than Chapter 7, or at least the Shiver City region of the sewers. Which is a very cool looking area, like the pipes are all frozen over. But we don't spend much time in here. I decided to eat the live stream right here because Shiver City is a little bit laggy, so it does save frames to eat it in the sewers. And also, the reason I ate a live stream, like, wait a minute, live streams are way too useful to just be eating and tossing around, right? You would think so, but we actually don't need one until Final Bowser. So I still have like 3 more live streams I could grab throughout the game. And I'm doing that so that I don't have to sleep at the end, which is faster. If you just eat an item, that's faster than sleeping. The only reason we're doing that is because we have to fight Junior Troopa after these, like this little mystery with Mayor Penguin. So Mayor Penguin, we just found him on the floor dead, and of course his wife accuses us of killing him because we're the only person in sight. I suppose that's logical, but whatever. So this detective dude shows up, and we just have a pretty slow cutscene, to be honest. It's nothing special. He's just like, oh yeah, you need to go find the real culprit since you're saying you didn't do it. I don't think I believe you yet, so go do our work for us. Funny how we always get thrown into these situations in Mario games, huh? Okay, but exiting this house, we need to go to the right, and there's gonna be a lake on the far right screen of Shiver City. And this lake can be destroyed with our spin jump. So since we have the Ultra Boots, we can do the tornado jump, which is pretty cool looking. And you can do this on the far left side of it, because either way you're gonna get thrown over to the right. Switch to Sushi, and we're gonna get this key underwater. That must be really cold, by the way. Okay, but we can just unlock this door, and I mean, this is pretty self-explanatory. The Shiver City part is very straightforward. I failed climbing those steps at the beginning, and you can also jump right there, and that saves some frames. I didn't get very far with the jump, but if you can jump all the way to the bottom of the roof, that does save time over just sliding down, because the sliding animation takes some frames to start up. This is Herringway, so we're just gonna talk to him and tell him that he has been a suspect for the murder mystery. And he's like, yeah, whatever. I failed to spin down there. And also something weird about this, like the cutscene kind of moves Mario, but you also have controls, so that's why my spin changed angles in the middle of it. It's kind of weird. I think you can actually save some frames if you angle your spin correctly, since it's gonna move it for you. But, like, I don't know. I switched to Paracarry while he was opening the door because you cannot open it while he's doing so. And we need Paracarry for the boss after Junior Troopa. Either way, okay, some interesting glitch. If you pause while you're in this room with Herringway before this cutscene starts, he turns into a normal Bumpty, which are the penguin species in Paper Mario. And he, like, it's really weird. He just loses all of his character and turns into a normal penguin. Note that if you are on the Nintendo 64 version, this will soft lock your game, so you can't move afterwards. Or maybe it's a crash, it's one of the two. But it was fixed in the Wii Virtual Console version. I'm pretty sure you can still do the glitch, but it's not gonna crash. So they give each other a present because there was no murder. The penguin just slipped when he was grabbing the present off the shelf and got knocked out, so what a waste of time. Here Princess Peach is in danger, and we are having to solve murder mysteries that aren't actually murders. Okay, but we're just gonna go to Snow Road now because Junior Troopa is there waiting for us. The whole reason we had to take care of that is so that we could get permission to leave the city from the mayor, because apparently there have been sightings of scary monsters and stuff, which I'll get into right after this Junior Troopa fight. Junior Troopa right now, he changes every fight if you haven't noticed. So in this one, he is a magician, and he packs quite a punch. He does 8 damage with his little wand, which I think is more than Magikoopa's. So I do need to block it twice so that I take 7 each time and then get into peril. And these blocks are a little bit nerve-wracking, not because I would say they were difficult or anything, but at this point, you're so far into the game, and one simple mistake will kill you. I have no life shrooms anymore, keep that in mind. I ate it before this fight. And you also need a 5 cap with the riskier strats that I was doing, so I got it, we're good. And we level up. I'm going to once again upgrade badge points. I'm actually pretty sure I end up upgrading badge points too much, because this route, again, is relatively new. We can probably get away with upgrading flower points instead of badges once more. Just, that'll save some time on the final fights, I think. I grabbed that repel gel because we need it for final Bowser. And this guy right here, alright, I got a funny story to tell about this guy. This is Monstar, and he is super easy. Like, I don't even know why this guy is a mini-boss, but for whatever reason, he is supposedly a Chapter 7 mini-boss, and he does 1 damage with this Star Storm. By the way, if you can block this, you are considered awesome. I have not yet blocked this in a speedrun. But anyway, story time. So my friend Jerkro, he was doing his first glitchless run of this game and did not remember this fight from when he was a kid, and we were on Skype, my friend Triple and I. We were on Skype, so we were like, dude, you need to heal up for Monstar. And we were just like saying that Monstar is the toughest fight ever, and making it like such a huge deal, and that he did 14 damage with, or 15 damage with his attack, 14 if you block it, and since we have 15 HP at this point, you have to block it or you die. And of course, I was just sharing how hard it is to block, so we freaked Jerkro out. It was pretty awesome. He still hates us for it, but we're good friends, so whatever. He's gonna absolutely love that I bring it up in this video, so shoutouts to Jerkro. Good friend of mine. He's like normally a Sonic Adventure DX speedrunner, but he likes to do glitchless races with us. Okay, but yeah, we had to talk to Merlin's sister slash cousin slash some kind of relative, because he slash she has some kind of key to like the snowman. And we had to get a scarf from him slash her. I don't know the gender, I'm sorry. This was stupid of me, by the way. I went really risky, tried to spin right past this goal pit, ended up getting bodied, and missed out on an encounterless chapter 7, which is too bad because I could have just taken the bottom route and been fine. Junior Troop is all frozen now, which is awesome. I think that's funny. You know what they should have done is, you know, if you've played this game, goal pits, one of their attacks is licking Mario. It's kind of weird, but yeah, they can lick you. So I think what they should have done is had Junior Troopa in an ice cube and made the goal pit like lick it so that his tongue is stuck. I think that would have just been kind of funny. Alright, so the next step is to talk to Mayor Penguin once again, because he has a bucket. So we have a scarf and a bucket, so we're going to use that to gain access to Shiver Mountain. You might have noticed like all those snowmen lined up on the way to Starborn Valley. And that's because they are guarding a path or something, I don't know. But we have to give the snowman its missing bucket hat and its missing scarf. And that way they'll all be happy and give us access to Shiver City, or Shiver City, we've already been there. No, Shiver Mountain. And there they are. Okay, so scarf and bucket. There's not really much to add to this. I mean, it's just another cutscene. You can skip this cutscene in every category that is not glitchless. It's pretty cool. We do something called the sushi glitch to swim on land, and you can dive right under this wall and take the loading zone. Either way, though, we are now able to go to Shiver Mountain, which is cool. Basically, what we need to be doing is climbing the mountain so that we can get to Crystal Palace, which is one of the coolest areas in this game. It is a really, really creative idea. It kind of gives the Zelda dungeon impression, at least for me. So, like a little helpful hint when dodging piranha plants is if you spin diagonally, they cannot track your movement. So that's why I spun down and then up, kind of like diagonal down and diagonal up. Just a little movement trick that Anatomy's taught me. So shoutouts to Anatomy's once again for being, you know, really, really supportive and helpful person in the Paper Mario community. I'll be shouting out like all the Paper Mario runners because these guys are awesome. You guys, if you're not following them on Twitch already, you will need to be. For this cutscene, we just hammered the Kooper on the left. That is the fake one. So this guy is a Duplighost. He's capable of transforming into virtually anything. And what I'm gonna do is switch to Bombette. Of course, I have quick change, so that means I can switch and power bomb on the same turn. And depending on what these guys do is gonna determine my next action. I want both of them to transform, and they did. So that's good RNG. Because when they are Bombettes, whenever they're like struck by an explosive attack, they will instantly die, no matter what their health is. So I mean, it would have been even faster had I done nothing with Bombette, but that's kind of risky, so we're not gonna do it. Also, I gotta go upgrade Sushi at this block. And the reason is because she's gonna get Water Block, and that is going to increase Mario's defense by 1 when we use it. There's only one fight in the game we need that for, and that's Final Bowser. So that's just, again, preparation for the big fight. You can take these items, but it's best to do so on the way back, because when you take an item out of the little pillars, there is a big giant ice wall that will block your way. Alright, but switching to Bombette and going through this invisible wall. Or not really invisible wall, but like the wall, you can just go right through it. It's not a glitch, it's not a trick, it's part of the game. I don't really know why, because it was kind of confusing my first playthrough. It's a little bit like, I don't know, it's just not something you would think to do. Like, okay, just walk through a wall. So we listened to this lady's very boring story, and she's gonna give us the star key, and that's gonna let us open summon a staircase, which will lead to Crystal Palace. Okay, when we summon this staircase, there is a very long cutscene, so I'll just take the time to explain something. once we climb that first flight of stairs, I gotta go grab a badge called Mega Jump. And Mega Jump is like the power jump on steroids. We're only gonna use it for one fight, and that would be Hallway Bowser. But you can avoid it if you get really good RNG. The problem is you have to get really good RNG, so it's best to pick that badge up. But guess who happened to get really good RNG on his Hallway Bowser fight? Yeah, I did. So I could have really skipped this, but that's okay because, you know, I didn't know it was gonna happen at this point. Either way, I felt a lot better having it than not having it, so I will take that. And the rest of this is just jumping up the stairs really fast, trying to hit jump on the soonest possible frame. And we're gonna hit the heart block because we do have some fights coming up, and it's just in our best interest to do that to restore our FP. And that just will do it for our Inter-Palace split, and I ended up saving a minute, and I will take that because it's really just a free minute. At this point, I was not expecting too much more time save. Until Junior Troopa, at least. But, I mean, I guess my movement just improved, things just went better. And you know what, I'll take a free gold split. Dodging enemies in the palace is kind of difficult. For those bats, you just have to jump in between them. It looks pretty cool, I will admit. Okay, so the theme of this dungeon is mirrors. Meaning that when you do one thing on one side of the dungeon, on the mirrored side, the same thing should happen, or like a similar effect. It's a pretty cool mechanic, but it is a little bit confusing, so I'll try to do my best to point things out. So now we're gonna actually meet our mirrored self, which is really cool. But it's actually just Duplighosts. So this is yet another one of those fights where I'm going to use the Thunder Rage, because at this point I'm supposed to use it on one of the two fights. I actually ended up getting good enough RNG to not need it, but I didn't know that at the time of picking up the Thunder Rage. Like normally you just do nothing with Mario and then hope for good RNG with these guys, and I got it, so that works out either way. Good fights with the Duplighosts. I think we're done with Duplighost fights, if I remember correctly. Okay, so we defeated the Mirror Mario, or whatever it is. And now we have access to the opposite door. And all I have to do here is destroy this panel, and then I can go right back. If you spin all the way to the right of that panel, and then do the spin jump, that swooper will not, I think it's a swoopola, it's something, but that bat enemy will not encounter you, which is nice. Nice and quick. Alright, so guess what happened on the other side? Even though there was no panel on this side, we're gonna have a new area to access, and that's right there. This is a unique little cutscene, so we're gonna use Bombette, and I move over here, and there's now 5 Bombettes. The real Bombette is the one that is on the second right. So I'm gonna destroy all these guys. If you hit the real Bombette, you end up doing a fight with all the Duplighosts, which is super slow, so it's in our best interest to do this. Just hammer them all. And finally done. Takes forever. But that's gonna give us the blue key, I think. Let's see if I'm right. Ooh, we got a kiss. Yeah, funny story. There's actually a glitch that lets you... oh, red key, alright. But there's actually a glitch that lets you skip that cutscene. So you can switch partners in the other room, and then when you come back in this room, with all the Bombettes, like the cutscene just instantly starts again. Meaning, if you go into the other room, switch to Cooper, then come back, hammer all the Bombettes, Cooper gives you a kiss. Which is the greatest thing of all time. You can do this with Lackluster as well. I think Watt, Parakarry, and Goombario softlock the game, and I have not tested the other ones. Okay, anyways, I'm gonna eat one of my maple syrups that I got way earlier in the game, before this clubba. Oh wait, no, that one was done in the sewers. We got that, like, pretty recently, actually. For this clubba, we're just gonna jump and bomb. Come to think of it, I think power jumping would have been faster. So that's maybe a route change to make. Speed things up a little bit next time. Although after this run, I'm probably going to take a very, very long break from Glitchless outside of races. Because I'm really satisfied with this run. It was really good. Alright, so for this one, we're going to do Starstorm and Power Bomb. No little tricks here. Last time we could skip killing the Magic Koopa because he always runs away if the Clubba is killed first. Which is kind of funny. He's a coward. Alright, and for this next fight, make sure you have enough FP. That's why I ate that maple syrup. We'd only have 4 if I did not. And Power Jump only costs 2 FPs, so you know what? We could do Power Jump here. Because we're going to level after this fight. So again, Starstorm Power Bomb, nothing special. The bread and butter at this point. I wish there was really more to talk about, but there isn't. I'll just say enjoy. Enjoy the rest of the fight. Okay, level up. So, we're gonna level, I think, badges again? Yes, I was right, okay. So, the reason I upgrade badges is because we need like, I think we need 15 badge points for Bowser, and that's why I said we can probably avoid one of the badge point upgrades and go straight to flower points. I'll have to check the route, but I think it would be faster and would allow us to do some more special moves on Final Bowser, which may or may not save time. Alright, dodging that Duplighost, you just hug the back wall, and then on the way back, I'm gonna hug the front. If you do it correctly, he won't even see you, which is kind of funny. So we do that quick little puzzle by using Bombette, and I almost went risky strats here, but I got stuck at the column, and barely escaped, so I just went around him. And this right here, this is pretty much just a repeat of the Bombette thing. And it's with the worst disguises ever. So okay, I'm gonna put Jerkro on blast again because he'll love me for it. And also hate me. So Jerkro on his Glitchless, like, if you've never done a Glitchless run, this is a very long run. I know it looks kind of easy when you just watch it, but like for most runners, this would be 8 or 9, like most first time runners, this is 8 or 9 hours into the run. So Jerkro was very tired, and he just hit Cooper. You're supposed to hit everyone that's not Cooper, and it's very obvious. But he hit Cooper, and so now everyone gives him a hard time for it, because we love him. Love you, Jerkro. Okay, that was a neat little spin cancel. I've never done that before, but apparently spinning on the right frame during a cutscene can cancel a spin, which I think saved me some frames overall, but I'm not sure. It could have been even. Okay, we're gonna push this little statue and drop down and go to the right. Now, you can actually skip doing this, but I choose to do it because it makes strats for the final bosses easier. And this treasure chest is the badge Power Up Defense Down. So it makes Mario more powerful, but at the same time, I'm going to be taking more damage, so it is important to consider that in the route. And that's why this route ends up working. Now that we have P up D down, we can just return to the opposite side. And that's gonna let us access a new area because I pushed the statue on one side, but the statue on the other side that I skipped, it's a little bit too big for Mario to push. But since I did the little statue on the other side, now the big statue's moved. Pretty cool mechanics as usual, Crystal Palace, it's a cool area. But I ended up making a big mistake. And this was pretty bad. I forgot to go grab an invisible jam and jelly over by the small statue. And I knew it at this point, and I was like, do I go back? I was contemplating whether or not I should get it, because there is one in Chapter 8, but I didn't know off the top of my head if it was faster. And by the way, that encounter was lame. I got stuck at the column. So yes, my fault from going too far down, but kinda lame. Anyways, I forgot the jam and jelly, right? The one in Chapter 8, it's faster, but I didn't remember this at the time. And also, I didn't want to forget it later, so I do end up going back for the jam and jelly, and this loses about 22 seconds or something like that. This would have been a gold split palace even though I had an encounter. It would have been really good, but ended up not being that because I forgot the jam and jelly. So one tiny mistake cost me a lot of time. So I go to unlock this, and we're gonna do a puzzle with all these albino dinos. Another little factoid is that these guys were originally intended to be a fight. There is proof in the game's code that they do have, like, stats like other enemies. I think they have 8 heart points, 4 defense, and 4 attack, which is really cool. But we cannot fight them because they removed that fight for whatever reason. Also, something that I would guess would be planned for Chapter 7, or would have been for Chapter 7, is Ice Koopas, Ice Goombas, and Ice Pokies. And I think even Ice Fuzzies. Those all have remnants in the game's code, like they were planned for something, which is cool. I would have liked to have faced some Ice Goombas. Alright, but before Crystal King, I'm gonna switch to Watt. I think you can switch to Watt during the fight, and that's faster because of quick change. But I was kinda, you know, at this point in the run, I was just trying to not make any mistakes. Just playing it safe in general. Crystal King fight, I have 15 health, and I need to get in peril. Kinda like the Huff and Puff thing. So I'm gonna be charging, and at the same time, I'm gonna be doing blocks to get down to 1 health. So what I'm gonna do is attack one of the crystal bits with Watt. I can immediately just tap A twice to cancel it, because they only have 1 health. And I gotta block 2 of his 4 attacks within the next 4 turns or something like that. So I blocked 2 there, we're done with blocks. And Electro Dash in the meantime, in addition to my Super Jump Charge. He's gonna summon those crystal bits again, meaning I'm just gonna rinse and repeat last time. I'm gonna charge up with Mario. And then I'm going to use Electro Dash on one of the crystal bits, do 1 damage, and now I don't need to block either of these because I blocked the first 2. So easy peasy, down to 1 health. I still have a turn to charge though, because remember, he takes a turn to summon all his crystal bits back. If you do too much damage to him in the meantime though, meaning like, if I would have done Electro Dashes, I'm pretty sure he does different attacks. But we have this all manipulated correctly, and we're just gonna do the power bounce. I think you need a 5 bounce for this, and I got a 5 bounce, so that's good. And bam, that's Crystal King. That's Chapter 7, dude. Meaning that this run is about to just get a lot more serious. So yes, I did make that mistake with the gem and jelly, and you'll see I'll start to lose some time here because of it. But I told you guys, that was like a 22-second loss. But I only lose like 5 seconds, which is awesome. So I really enjoyed this, even though I messed up. I enjoyed seeing the improvement, you know? Because I did not forget the jam and jelly in my PB. So that's all the Star Spirits. We are just about ready to get rocking and rolling on Bowser's Castle. Of course, we have to do 1 more Peach intermission before that, but luckily this one's just text-based. There's no movement or anything. You just hold B, chill out, start reading where I gotta go next in the route, just in case I second-guess myself. Because if you've never done like a longer speedrun like this and you've been on a pace, a really good pace, you get to a certain point in the run where you're like, okay, I can't mess this up. I gotta keep checking stuff, you know, make sure I'm doing this right. It's a very like you second guess yourself the whole time. It's a weird process. So that's what I was doing at this point. I'm thinking, okay, gotta grab the Thunder Ridge, gotta grab the Shooting Star on the way back. Because that's what I forgot on the Junior Troopa split in my PB. It ended up costing me like 2 minutes, and it was bad. Oh man, it was bad. Like, I almost wanted to just quit the run at that point, because I wasn't that far ahead of PB, and it was just, ugh. So Twink actually shows himself to Bowser for the first time in this case, and Bowser just swats him away, dude. Okay, so meeting back up with Kalmar here. Now that we saved all the Star Spirits, he's gonna tell us to go to Shooting Star Summit once more. Oh man, this is something I forgot to mention earlier on. So, one weird thing about this game, I don't know if this is any game, but we have done some testing on this game. Loading times and lag spikes are dependent on console to console. So, I've noticed that I have really bad lag spikes, like that blooper for example. Holy cow, that was a bad lag spike. Oh, and real quick, we're gonna grab this Thunder Rage and a Shooting Star right after. We need those items for Final Bowser. You may have remembered I grabbed triple dip in Crystal Palace, and we're gonna do a lot of damage in just one turn to Bowser like that. So that's why we've been collecting shooting stars and stuff throughout the game. It's mainly preparation for later fights. That's what's cool about routing this game, is it's very, like planning based. You gotta know your strats beforehand. But okay, as I was saying, like loading times differ from console to console. So my Wii, I've noticed bad lag spikes, but pretty good load times, cause I know someone was like, dude, you have insane load times on your Wii. I don't know why, but I think Robdog or StealthyWeen said that to me. I don't even remember why, but I just remember hearing that. Okay, but back to the sewers. We're just going straight to Toad Town and then straight to Shooting Star Summit. We are not messing around. We're going straight to Chapter 8. One thing that you can do is equip Dizzy Attack at this point, because we do have extra badge points from the level ups. I don't think I end up doing it until later, but we do need Dizzy Attack for the cannon room. We'll get into that a little bit later. There's this like, that's Rip Cheeto. He's just chilling in the sewers for some reason. And this is the blue house, so this is the only time you see the blue house in Glitchless. The blue house skip lets you access this from the outside, because notice how it was locked from the inside. So the blue house skip saves like an hour in any percent and any percent no wrong warp. It's absolutely insane. Okay, and Shooting Star Summit, again, one of the coolest environments in the game. I really like what they did with it. They made it look like a genuine star field. It's pretty cool. And now that we have Speedy Spin climbing this, it feels so much better. It's kind of cool just seeing movement differences in the same areas from previously without Speedy Spin, as opposed to with Speedy Spin. Alright, and so the Star Spirits are talking to us through whatever. I don't even know what they're talking to us from. But they summon a little teleport thing. And we're gonna go to Star Way. There are some strats for dodging the flames in Star Way. The first one I do, it takes me like forever, because I'm being really safe. I don't want any encounters. If you spend less than 10 seconds trying to dodge an encounter, you save time overall. That's my philosophy. So I end up, instead of doing that like baiting thing I did with the first, I just lured those next two and then spun around them. You can do anything. I think what I did on the last two is a little bit more risky, but it worked out for me in this case, so hey, that's cool. And this is the sanctuary, where all the Star Spirits reside. Quick spins up those steps, I like that movement. Same with those. Okay, so they're just telling us like we have to go get the Star Rod back from Bowser now. So they're giving us Star Beam, and that's gonna let us take away Bowser's powers when he charges up with the Star Rod. I think the reason we couldn't do that before is because all the Star Spirits need to be together to channel their powers to do that. And they're gonna summon this little boat for us to go ride to Bowser's castle in, which is really cool. By the way, the hardest part of the game is jumping into that boat. If you don't know what I'm talking about, watch live speedruns of this on Twitch, because I guarantee you, if you've like watched me in the past, I failed to jump in that boat at least once every time. I've never correctly gotten into that boat first try. So first try boat is the toughest part of Glitchless, I guess. Oh, as a kid, I loved this guy's wish. He was like, I want lots and lots of shroom cakes or something. Because everyone's wishing upon the star, because they think your boat is a shooting star. Alright guys, let's do a little video game logic test right here. Why did we not go right up to the castle? Why did we have to enter from the bottom? Come on guys. That's like the majority of Chapter 8. Skipped. Alright, let's be legit now. First part of Chapter 8. I failed spinning on the bridge, but whatever. We're just gonna enter this this door on the right and fight this Koopa Troll. So I just bait him and then avoid the first strike because I don't want to get first struck. As I said, those animations are slower. We're gonna use the up and away power, which is what we got from Kalmar here, and Up and away is really cool because it lets us just instantly kill enemies. The problem, it's kind of random. It is a little bit risky to do that, but I got away with it in this one, which is nice. I would say it's probably an 80% chance for each enemy to get it, which is not bad by any means. Alright, the strats that I use to dodge these enemies are really risky compared to most people. I cancel my spin on that little ledge that they're on, and then jump almost immediately. So if you can do that, it does save a few seconds, but it's pretty risky. Alright, this guy is like, yo, you want to go through the door? Okay, well too bad, trapdoor. And this is going to put us in a jail cell. But guess who is an expert at jail breakouts? That would be Bombette. This was bad RNG. I think you want to face the other way when you open that crate. And I failed to do so, so the life shroom ended up being on top of the other crates. Meaning I had to do numerous spin jumps to actually get to it. Lame. But whatever, still got it. Alright, so in the basement, we are doing some simple platforming at first. I thought I needed paracarry at the moment, but then I was like, okay, you know what? I'm not gonna switch partners until I know I need them, because I'll end up wasting time if I switch and then end up needing someone else. And platforming fail. Oh, that's like 10 seconds. So, I mean, like, either way, this has still gone pretty well for the beginning of Chapter 8. Good RNG so far. Good movement. And, I like to hammer and spin around and do stupid stuff while I wait, so don't mind any of that. I'm just styling right now, you know? Having some fun. Okay, so, that room, we don't go in until later, because it's got a key, but you cannot access the key until all the lava is drained, which is our objective in the basement. We're doing all this platform movement and stuff so that we can enter a room with the lava switch, and that will disable all the lava. Alright, here's where we actually need paracarry. Just normal platforming. This is nothing really different. I guess it's kind of a throwback to the platforming in normal 2D Marios with Bowser's Castle. Those stages are, I suppose, notable for being difficult as far as platforming is concerned. Okay, good thing we have Lackluster, because he can ride over lava, which is awesome. For this part, we need to use bow and turn invisible, which is a neat thing. This is one of the few areas in the run that we actually need bow. So yeah, lots of partner switching in Chapter 8. They really like to make you think. Like, they want you to use all your partners throughout Chapter 8, which is kind of a cool thing. Like, you know, these guys helped you get to this point, so don't deny them, I guess. Now we're just gonna head up here and fight these dudes guarding the lava switch. Nothing spectacular so far in Chapter 8, but it's about to get really, really awesome. I'll share in a moment. So for this fight, we are going to use a Thunder Rage. And I'm going to use Quick Change to switch to Bombette and Power Bomb on the same turn, so again, really useful. I do this during the battle because switching in battle is faster than switching outside of battle by a few frames. Okay, and we just barely level up now, which is excellent because we don't want to level up anymore. If we level up later, it's going to screw up peril strats for Bowser and Final Bowser, which we do not want, because you have to spend a lot of time getting back into peril if you're not in peril before those fights. So it is very important that you do this all correctly up to this point, because everything's routed really well. Okay, and I remember at this point, oh yeah, gotta grab that Thunder Rage because it's free. I remember at this point it was, I think, 4 in the morning, and my mom was actually up getting a drink of water or something, and she was like, "Scott, get to bed!" And I was like, "Oh man, no, don't ruin the run." But it did distract me, and I ended up missing 2 spins, I think. Yeah, right there. That's when she was yelling at me. I was scared. I was like, "No, don't come up here. Don't ruin the run." I was like, "Mom, I'm on PB pace, and she's cool, so she understood. Shoutouts to my mom for being awesome. Alright, here is the coolest part of Glitchless. This is not done in any other speedruns of this game, any other categories. The blind basement. So, as I said in the past, my capture card is actually a little bit brighter than my TV, so what you're seeing is a little bit easier than learning the basement blind. And whoops, I fell down there actually. So you use paracarry across this gap, and where it gets difficult is dodging enemies, because enemies are going to start trying to first strike me. But luckily I get away with jumping over them. So I'm using audio cues to like listen for when they are about to attack, because you can hear their exclamation points, kind of. It's hard to explain, especially considering that I unfortunately have no game audio, so I do apologize, but either way, it's I don't know, it's just cool to watch the blind basement, I think. I don't know if any other runners do this, except for Anatomy as an Eye, but they should, because it's cool. It's the coolest part of Glitchless. I may be mistaken though, I feel like Juicy might do it. Maybe Ishnasum? I don't know. You know what, let's just say everyone does it, so I'm not confused. Okay, but now we are actually starting Bowser's Castle, I guess. Dodging encounters, it looks a lot more difficult than it really is, I would say, in Chapter 8. It didn't take me long at all to get better at these rooms. This is, by the way, the Flood Room, and the Flood Room is... it's all just like a little puzzle. It's nothing major, it's really simple. But it does take a little bit of time, so... I'm gonna switch to Sushi after pulling this lever. And we're just gonna swim around, and I have to eventually get a key. So yay, swimming. Normally in other non-glitchless categories, you walk on water here, which is really cool. And it does save time to do that, because you can spin on the water, and spinning is fun. I missed that switch a little bit, which is kind of funny. Again, just little simple mistakes here and there. Nothing major, and I can't complain about this Chapter 8. It's been really good. No encounters so far, I don't think. In fact, I think the only encounter in Chapter 8 was RNG. And I'm talking like, it's maybe a 2% chance of getting this encounter. I've never seen it outside of this run. Kinda lame it was on that a really good run like this, but either way, it's only 10 seconds. So this is very straightforward. We're just pulling more levers and, you know, making progress in the Flood Room. The reason we raise the water level is so that we can go over here and grab this key, which of course I grab with the hammer because it saves frames. And now we just have to drain the water back, so that's about it for the Flood Room. If you were expecting more, I'm sorry, but yeah. So yeah, like Flood Room, not the best, it's a little bit on the boring side, but either way, the next room is a little bit more interesting, because it's the cannon room I've talked about in the past. So I am going to equip Dizzy Spin after, or Dizzy Attack, whatever it's called. I always get confused on the names because in old routes, sometimes we name stuff weird things, like, I know Dizzy Attack is called Dizzy Spin in the old route. So I've come to know Dizzy Attack as Dizzy Spin. Or it's something like that. Spin Attack, Dizzy Attack, I don't even know. So yes, I am going to equip that going into the cannon room. And here's what's cool about it. So, if you haven't noticed yet, whoops, I accidentally made a menuing error there, but if you haven't noticed yet, after a battle, after you run away from a battle, Mario has invincibility frames for a few seconds where he can't get into any more encounters for the time being, meaning that I can just go right past the cannons while that's going on. So it skips these fights, which is a really cool strat. It's really, really creative, like, using invincibility frames that are programmed into this game to skip otherwise required fights. That's awesome. And no, it's not a glitch because the invincibility frames were programmed into the game. It's just like, It's cleverly using things to our advantage. So we have to do this for all of the cannons, but the reason we do this as opposed to just encountering the cannons and running away is because running away from the cannons is like a 0% chance at first. So at best, you can get maybe a 40 or 50% chance of running away from the cannons, which is not that good. So if you fail to run away, you could very well die too. And the reason we use Dizzy Spin instead of just trying to always first strike the cannons is because it's kind of easy to fail doing that. You can choose to try it, but if you get first struck by a cannon, you take 5 damage if you block it, and that's a lot. Okay, here's where that RNG encounter happens. When you push this block, there is a very, very small window where the dry bones can hit you with his bone, and he did. And I was talking to Anatomies, he was like, dude, there's like 1 frame where that can happen. So that dry bones right there, he is frame perfect, man. He's a beast. Okay, so for this one, you just push the left block, so nice and simple. And I do a cool strat that fellow Paper Mario runner Sabby23 found, where you lure that hammer bro like that, and then you move this block so that he cannot spot you in the process, because hammer bros are a lot faster than the dry bones. So he would be throwing like a barrage of hammers at me, and it's very, very hard to avoid. So it's best to just do that safely. And that'll do it for most of the first half of Bowser's Castle. Because now we have a nice little quiz, which is very, very straightforward. It's the same every single run. The answers are 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 3, 2. But you only need 5, so if you get the first 5 correct, it's just 1, 1, 2, 1, 1. And so since this is kind of a downtime, I'm just going to take a moment to express how thankful I am to the Paper Mario community. Because when I first started on Twitch, I was kind of starting like thinking, oh yeah, I'm not going to get very far with this game, it's just something I want to do for fun. I don't want to get competitive speedrunning or anything, nothing like that. But that all changed when Ishnasum came into my chat and he got me the Japanese version of this game. He taught me how to get it at least. And runners like Anatomies, GigaDB, Stealthy Ween, Xylophone, Super Laser Dino, 74835, Bone Crusher, Rob Dog. Hold on, I gotta bring up a list. There's way too many awesome people. So yeah, Juicy, Geminio, I Eat Your Pie. Like, these are all really, really awesome people that helped me learn this game. And I really am, I can't express how thankful I am, because this has been a really fun adventure, to be honest. Like, just learning to speedrun this game at a top level. And it's been something. It's fun. So thank you guys. And we're almost done with this quiz, thankfully. So, by the way, if you fail this quiz, meaning you get 3 questions wrong, you have to fight 3 anti-guys, and those guys mean business, because anti-guys, each of them have 50 health, 0 defense, which isn't bad, of course, 0 defense is fine, but 10 to 12 attack. So they are more than capable of destroying you if you don't have strats going into it. One thing that was really cool that I did for a challenge was Insane Mode, which is a mod of this game where you take twice as much damage. So I decided to try the triple anti-guy fight at 1 health with Insane Mode, and I ended up winning, which was insane. So I might put that on YouTube, it was really cool. Okay, so just standard movement strats, trying to avoid these guys. I'm gonna switch to Cooper here, and hit this switch while I'm standing on this, which is faster than Bombette, contrary to popular belief. Hammer to save the frames, and just backtracking so that we can unlock the door. And next up, we've got the puzzle room of Bowser's Castle. This room took me forever as a kid to figure out, But you see those torches on the wall? Up, down, down, up, down, up. That is the pattern that you have to take with these rooms. So, like, we haven't memorized, obviously, for speedruns. It's not difficult, but I remember as a kid, this took forever. And it's kind of like, I never enjoyed this part because I was so mentally scarred as a kid to do it. Okay, so going up the final staircase here, and we are done with that room. So we are one room before one more fight, and then that's pretty much the end. We are so close to being done with this game. But before that, we have to, save Princess Peach, I guess, right? And on the way there, I checked my health, and I noticed I was a little bit off, so to be safe, I'm gonna heal on the way back. And, ooh, it's a Duplighost, so maybe it's not Princess Peach after all. So we just have to hammer Princess Peach 3 times. Don't take that out of context. And again, we're just gonna use up and away for this fight. Should it fail, we use Paracarry's airlift so that we don't get extra star points, because, again, it's very crucial that we do not level up. And I got bad RNG here on one of the guys, so, I mean, that's not terrible, but as good as the RNG's been for the rest of the run so far, I will take this. But, like, notice how much longer it takes to do this animation. It's super slow. And that's quite a bit of time over, like, other strats. So, had up and away properly worked, it would have been a lot faster. But hey, it's still good. And I took no damage in that fight, so I don't have to hit the heart block again. But you do need the full 15 heart points for this next fight. So the Koopa Bros have returned, but, Junior Troopa just owns them, dude. He kills them so fast. It's awesome. This is why Junior Troopa is one of my favorite characters. Okay, so for this fight, we have some pretty cool strats. We're gonna super jump charge. I'm gonna swap to Watt and Electro Dash. Now blocked, Junior Troopa does 7 damage each. So yes, this is another hype moment of the run. I gotta get these blocks. And after this next turn, I have to do Power Shock with Watt. And again, it's kind of random, so super hype. If I get the Power Shock, it's really fast. And I got it, so great RNG there. That's gonna speed this up quite a bit. If that failed, I would have had to use Smooch to restore health, and then charged and done the blocks all over again. So that made things easier, and I got a 4 cap, which didn't kill, and I was like, okay, I just gotta use Watt. And I'm dumb, because I got too anxious or just expectant for Watt to kill, and I let go of the action command early. So that fight ended up being a turn longer than it needed to be, but still good. Gold split, baby. So like, I've always struggled with Chapter 8, but it is something I have been grinding out recently, and like, the results show right there. My Chapter 8s have been weak before that. That was a great Chapter 8. Okay, so doing some badge swapping real quick. Eating the jam and jelly, because we are preparing for the Bowser fight. And there are 2 Bowser fights. This one that's coming up is the hallway Bowser fight. That's the one that we normally need Mega Jump for, but I got really good RNG. And I'll try to point that out. Okay, so Bowser's got Peach, like, hanging or something, which is pretty gruesome, but okay. So first things first, I'm going to just straight up power bounce. We're in peril, we are doing lots of damage with P up, D down. And I got an amazing 6 cap here. Caps on Bowser are like, on average, 3 to 4. But I got a 6. I mean, it's still possible to get up to 7, but it's very unlikely. So I'm thinking right now, oh man, if I get another good cap, this is real. And I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I just stopped there because I was like, okay. We killed him in 2 turns, man. This run is real. Which saves a lot of time over doing the 3 turn, because the next turn he was going to use Star Beam, which takes a couple seconds to, like, he takes a few seconds to talk and animate and stuff. And we'd have to Mega Jump through it. So yes, you can damage Bowser through Star Beam, but before I get ahead of myself, you can only do damage to Bowser through Star Beam on the hallway Bowser phase. On the final Bowser phase, he is invincible with Star Beam. At least as far as my testing's gone. Okay, so here we go. The final staircase, man. This is it. This is what this whole run's been for. Final Bowser, baby. Okay, I do apologize if it sounds like I'm kind of losing my voice, because this has been a big day of commentary, so I am sorry if it sounds like scratchy or whatever, but yeah. Okay, so Final Bowser. This fight is normally very, very difficult. Like in other categories, you have to block Wave, and there's like a 2-frame window for it. Star Wave is the one where he hits your partner with a beam. And your partner is very important in this battle because, like, we can shield with bow. We've got quick change, so we can really do any move with any partner on a given turn. And it's just, it can be hectic a little bit. And especially 3 hours, 45 minutes into a run on a pace like this, after great RNG on Hallway Bowser, I was, like, I had pretty much had it as far as hype is concerned. It was just, like, anxiety, like, oh man, I hope this works. It was that kind of feeling, you know? And at this point, I went ahead, like, this is normal. This is just power bounce, out of sight, power bounce again. I got 2-3 caps, which is perfectly normal for Final Bowser. You tend to average between 3 and 4, I think. But he always does beam on turn 2 like that, so we can do Peach Beam. But yeah, like, back to the blocking wave thing, that is for any percent and any percent no wrong warp for the most part. However, there is a random chance that, like a rare but random chance that he can still give you wave in Glitchless and all cards. And I guess all bosses too, that's a new category. But like the original route that Glitchless has been using would require you to block Fire, Claw, or Butt Stomp. You have to basically just get 2 blocks in a row to get down into peril. Kinda similar to the Huff and Puff and the Crystal King. But like that was, it's, first of all, the strat is a little bit slower, because you're spending 2 turns getting hit and stuff, instead of just 1, and then you're in peril, and you do a bunch of damage, which is what this strat will do. But, like in the other strat, you would have to block those, and I'm not gonna lie, it can get a little bit hectic. I have lost a run on PB pace to that, which was a shame, but it happens. Either way, this is using a no block strat for Final Bowser, so with half decent RNG I won't have to block anything, which is nice. And I do not have to block anything in this run. In fact, I get the best RNG ever. And I'll try to explain that in a sec, but basically, this Star Rod split I will never beat. I'd have to get beyond lucky and menu faster, which I don't see that happening, so it's, I mean, like, this is as good as it gets for the Star Rod split. I guess it's a minor spoiler, so I'm sorry, but what else to talk about besides this incredibly hyped Twink fight that you cannot lose? So yeah, basically you're just focusing as Peach so that you like wish for the stars to get more power, and Twink will slowly deal more damage and take less damage. So I mean, like, the Twink fight, it's always sort of a, I wouldn't even say it's a hype killer, it actually does the opposite effect, because it's delaying the inevitable Final Bowser fight. It's just, it's like a moment where everything's coming together and you're like, okay, I'm on PB pace, we're at Final Bowser, let's go. That's pretty much what that fight is for me. It's just like, me worrying about, like, everything going correctly on Final Bowser. Which, I mean, I have next to nothing to worry about using these strats, which is very nice. It does take a lot of the stress out of the run. Okay, so we've got this pretty cool, I guess, cutscene of Peach wishing, like granting, or not granting wishes, but she is wishing for the stars to grant Mario's wishes, and basically all the star spirits are coming together and they're feeling more and more powerful. And there's going to be something called the Peach Beam, and that's actually going to be very crucial for removing Final Bowser's Star Shield. Because if you didn't notice, when I used the regular Star Beam, he was immune to it. So with the Peach Beam, we can get down to business and start this battle. Alright, so first up, I do need to use Peach Beam, otherwise he's gonna do some mega damage while he's powered up like this. And I can't attack him anyway. In the meantime, I am going to be, with my partner, switching from Bow to Sushi. And remember that water block upgrade we did in Chapter 7? That's what this is for. So, I mean, I don't need to get all three, but I do anyways, because it's good to practice the timing. Okay, and he gives me fire. This is the best RNG possible with this strat. So I was already like, okay, we in this. So I do triple dip, so I can use 3 items in one turn for 6 flower points. So I do Shooting Star, Thunder Rage here, and next up I'm going to do one more Shooting Star. So the only downside to using triple dip is that these animations can be kind of long, because Shooting Star, it does take a while. With my partner now, I'm going to switch to Bow and go out of sight. So now Bowser will do no damage to me, and I have 1 health. The problem with using out of sight is that Bow cannot move the next turn. So I'm using triple dip once more, but I'm using a repel gel to go invisible, and 2 more Shooting Stars. So we're still dishing out 12 damage in addition to being invincible this turn, which is really cool. And by the way, the Tasty Tonic is for if Bowser used his claw attack on the first turn, which poisons Mario when you don't block it, and that's what we do in this to get down to 1 health. And Tasty Tonics cure poisoning, and at the same time they don't count as healing, because if you heal in this, Bowser is very, very likely to heal, and if he heals, it's basically run over. So I switched to Watt, used Turbo Charge to power up Mario's attack by 1, and then did Power Bounce. And he still hasn't used the Star Beam, so I know at this point that this is beamless. I hesitate a little bit to make sure I'm correct, because this is unbelievable RNG. And I get a 5 bounce to top it off. I'm not even sure if that was necessary, but we got beamless, dude. And that makes this fight at least a minute faster, pretty much. So that's the Star Rod with an amazing gold split that I don't see myself ever beating, as I mentioned earlier. And that pretty much does it for the main gameplay portion of this run. So, yeah, that's it. Like, at this point, I already knew that I had gotten world record, because the next 6 minutes are pretty much just cutscenes and then running to Peach's castle again. It was a very satisfying feeling of hard work pays off, right? And of course, like, I was just really excited to be able to share this with people, because this was a really good run, and I'm glad I got a chance to do it off stream, to be honest. Like, even though the hype wasn't there in chat, I didn't drop any frames, which is awesome. And I don't know, man, my internet lately on stream has been, it's been dropping frames. I don't know. Need to see if there's any problems with that. But we did it. Like, this is the run. So, like, while these very, very long cutscenes are going on, I just want to take some time to do some shoutouts, I guess. So, I already kind of did this for a few people, but we'll just make sure I include as many people as possible. Because, I mean, like, everyone on Twitch has just been so amazing and supportive. So, I mean, specifically, shoutouts to my friend Jerkro. Very, very cool guy that I met on Twitch. We've become great friends, and I'm glad to be able to say that, because he's an awesome dude. I don't know why this is a group name, but for some reason, the Sasscats, which is a group of me, Jerkro, Martin Purr's streams, like, it's just a bunch of random looking letters. It's his name, but with no vowels. But yeah, shoutouts to Martin. To, Dirt. In my day we had Dirt. She's a cool runner learning Paper Mario. Lore is awesome. Just a lot 123, great guy, really a supportive person. Shoutouts to the Paper Mario community. You guys know who you are. I've already kind of said it, but you know what? I really am thankful for like such a great community, and for just like people that are very helpful. So Anatomies, Bone Crusher, Xylophone, FS Juicy J, Geminio, GigaDB, I Ate Your Pie, Ishnasum, Triple Agent, Rainmaker, Sabby23, 74835, Xavier, Stealthy Ween, Super Laser Dino, Headstrong 1290. Shoutouts to Kung Fu Fruit Cup and Fire Dragon 764. Really amazing streamers, very supportive friends. I'm glad I can say that we're friends because they are amazing people. Shoutouts to Almo, another great guy. Shoutouts to Captain Vado. He told me, man, he told me that one day I would get world record, and I told him, no, it's not gonna happen. I guess I was wrong though, man, so thanks for believing in me, Vado. And to like every one of you guys, I know there's quite a few people that said, oh, Strider, you're gonna do it, man. I didn't buy it. So, you know, thanks for believing in me, guys. Shoutouts to Dead Fox, my West Coast buddy. To Djex, he's my fellow, like my glitch hunting buddy. So is M Glower and Rob Dog. These guys are really cool. And shoutouts to I'm Somewhat Mad, very supportive person. I appreciate all you've done, man. Like, just very friendly dude in chat. Awesome supportive viewer of many streams. Shoutouts to Mike Feedback, another up-and-coming glitchless runner of this game. Very cool guy. Shoutouts to Milo Zephyr, really cool new streamer I found, and she just completed her first blind Paper Mario playthrough. Shoutouts to the Meme King himself, Mini Omega King. To Pants, you know, Pants, he's just a beast. I also just want to take some time to thank some longtime viewers and supporters. So that'd be Charizard Boy 2. Thanks so much, man. You've been around for a long time. To Super Slacker, you're an awesome guy. Glad I got to know you. To NosPimi99, October Breeze, Skittle Kirby, Socks Brown, Bob Newman, and RSS. Man, you guys are like super cool. I'm so glad that we became friends. And I also just want to thank every one of you that has ever watched and supported my stream, because it does mean a lot. Like, Twitch it's an amazing platform. It's like social media in a way, but like, I don't know, it's kind of made me into a better person, because I've gotten to know so many awesome and nice people, and just surrounding myself with that good company is it's had an impact on my personality, and I like, you know, I want to thank you guys for that. So seriously, thank you, because I don't know, I was in like a rough spot before I started streaming, and you guys like showed me that there's always a way out. There's always a way to be positive and, you know, work through it as a team with friends, and, you know, like, that just means a lot. Thank you all for watching. The support is just, it's so real, and I have you guys to thank for it, so. And I will be linking all the Twitch accounts of those friends that I pointed out. Those of them that stream, at least. And, you know, give them a little bit of recognition, because I hope that anyone watching this also, like, realizes that Twitch is a community, like speedrunners, it's a community, and we're all just, like, here to support each other and help each other out. And I think that's awesome, so if there's anyone else out there that shares a similar mindset, please check out these guys' streams. Paper Mario runners are awesome. All these awesome friends that I've gotten to know. Just absolutely great streamers, great people. So yeah, I do apologize if this got a little bit feelsy, but you know, this was my first, what I would consider to be run I'm satisfied with ever since I started speedrunning a few months ago. I'm a little bit feelsy right now, okay? Not gonna lie. But alright guys, this is Strider7X signing off. So thanks for watching.